Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again for another Esports Arena Apex Legends Weekly. This is the North American edition, brought to you, of course, by Esports Arena. Your host for the day is going to be me, JetSetJamerson, joined once again by Tom Tsquared. How are you doing, man? It's been 2 weeks. We took a short break last week, but I need to catch up with you.
Let's go. We had all those rank grinders last week trying to get the clout. So, I mean, I don't blame them, but
we had a lot going on, right? Because yes, we did have the new split starting off. We were going back to World's Edge. There was also the GLL Summer Masters going on. And I think that was a little bit enlightening because what we saw the last time was kind of the Wild West in terms of compositions for the last weekly that we had. A new patch had just dropped, and we were seeing a lot of Revenant compositions and a lot of shakeups, but a lot of teams, I think, kind of having fun with it before everything settled right back down.
yeah, things are going to get more serious, more traditional comps coming out. But if Hal or Snipedown don't play Bloodhound in the finals here, it's confirmed to me that they have no balls.
Already calling them out. Yeah, we saw actually Hal during the qualifiers for today. We had 28 teams competing, by the way, 2 lobbies of 14 squads, and it was the top 9 moving on from each lobby, along with the top 2 fragging teams to make it here to today's finals. But in game number 3, Hal did try to play the Bloodhound, and it went okay. It went okay for them ultimately. I think they ended up getting second, and almost went down to like a fist fight between them and NRG, but they were trying out a lot of different compositions. But yeah, I think it's going to be fairly standard here now that, you know, taking a look at the teams that are involved in this lobby, like always, our finals, pretty darn stacked, Tom.
Yeah, when you're looking at the team compositions and just breaking everything down, I guess what we have to really pay attention to is which teams are running Caustic and which teams are running Gibraltar. You may see some Cryptos, you may see some Revenants in here, there, but overall, a lot of these fights are going to come down to, hey, does this guy have a Pathfinder? What's up with the Watson gen? Is it down? Gibby is very, very strong right now in this meta still, even though he did get a slight nerf still. So I'm looking at these type of fights to see how they're going to play. It's really going to play into how their play style is going to be. Caustic obviously wants to hold down certain areas and be kind of trapped in a building, but he can also double as your Watson. So you don't have to run Watson. It doesn't have to be Caustic Watson and like a Wraith. You can run other things like Gibraltar Caustic and Wraith. I feel like that's a very strong team comp. So I'm expecting to see these guys really playing it based on what they're doing and reacting very fast. But definitely looking out for the top teams again. There's so many good teams in this lobby, but I'm looking at Sentinels, looking at TSM, I'm looking at Rogue, as you mentioned. You're going to have both of the formal Noble teams here. There's so many good teams in this lobby, Energy obviously too. So it's going to be a very exciting time because we have the ALGS coming up in a couple of days. So everybody really taking this tournament seriously, as they always do every week.
Yeah, and we're seeing a sort of return to form for TSM. You know, despite not being able to get a tournament win, they've still been incredibly consistent in terms of their performance, being able to place high. But now it's where we're seeing a little bit more of that TSM dominance once again in that last GLL Masters. You know, they ended up in first place overall in the Alpha lobby. Here we go. We are set for game number 1. Now, remember, here in our finals for the Esports Arena Weeklies, we do have a 4-game set. And so things play out a little bit differently than we are used to seeing in the finals for other tournaments.
It's a good path to Loot Harvester here, and the flight path is so important in this first match because everybody is going to stay committed to that certain area. Unless you end up just getting completely dominated and destroyed against a team you weren't expecting to fight. Maybe you go Geyser, which is really popular for teams to fight in the beginning. Maybe Lava City and you get contested over there. So expect teams to really stay true to where they land in the beginning, and Sumo popping off with a purple to start, same as Albrelli. So great start for these guys in terms of armor.
Yeah, that's going to be very great. It doesn't look like there's too much contest going on in terms of landing spots. Now, there is actually 2 teams over at Refinery right now, and so I want to take a look at that. Naval is the first one to go down if we swap over to Team 7 or to Team 8 right now. Sure, lifts a lot. Just down. Oh! Download the update for the Stream Deck. Okay. We'll see if we can get that fixed in just a moment. But I mean,
I bet everyone thought that there was. I thought that was my computer, honestly. I was like,
same.
Strikes again.
I was like, wait, I don't have enough money to actually afford a Stream Deck right now.
So. Oh, I want to get this man a Stream Deck. We'll have to talk to Elgato. Where's Steggy when you need him? Oh, huge fight going on bottom center here of Epicenter, and that's going to be it for Fat Fruit Ninja. Hero and friends, and there goes the Gibby running like Forrest Gump over here, trying to get out.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Naval's down. I don't know how he booked it this far from Refinery
no
all the way
armor.
over here, but there's a team at Survey Camp right now. He didn't even recover a banner, which is the most unfortunate part.
Yeah, this is not looking good. All three of those players are going towards the beacon for some reason. This is such a weird route from the wrap all the way around, going and maybe looting a couple of these crates, but maybe they're just trying to delay their push. Maybe they're playing a Gibraltar on their team and they really want to play edge. Sometimes it's good to land at Skyhook on the back end and go push through that train tunnel, and you know nobody's going to be on your backside. It's one of the safest spots to land. Skyhook has so much loot. You rarely get contested over there in terms of someone trying to fight you, and you can just go and safely rotate and then possibly hit survey if it's unlooted. So you see Hal right there passes a blue armor. I'm going to be curious to see if Reps decides he wants to grab that blue armor, if he's going to try to Evo shield his way in, because there are players there, and sometimes it's risky to try to play it too overconfident.
Yeah, if we could take a look at the map, TSM, of course, we're able to pick up the beacon, and we see that it does pull down over to that north side of Sorting Factory, and we've got pings on the circle building there, and teams used to it ending basically in that general area. TSM, last time I've seen circles like this, they've kind of avoided trying to play in this town that's north of Sorting Factory, this no-name town north of it, just because there's so much action, you kind of end up getting griefed. So I want to see if they make some sort of maneuver to try and get out of here.
It really depends on how disciplined and I would say smart the lobby is going to play, because if you're going to play there, you won't get griefed based on if everybody else sets up in the houses around, because everyone, not like they're working together, but they end up kind of pushing everybody out together, and they say, hey, you guys, you can't come slide down this hill here. We're going to push you out. You have multiple houses, multiple angles to go and hold this, but Reps taking so much damage. That blue armor is taken away now, and that's what we're talking about with this Evo shield. There's so many players around. When you have that white crack, it's so easy to go and say, hey, guys, let's go push this, or even if you get a knock here, that's where you end up getting grief, Jamerson, because that's when people will play confident and feel like they're going to have the advantage.
Yeah, and Tom, they do have to be careful. They were very close to being sandwiched. There was a team that was kind of eyeing them right now. On board with Sentinels, though, as they are fighting with the RCO. Boys already getting the knock on to Holiday, and that's going to be Nando getting finished off as well. And this is kind of what you run into. Sentinels, this is their stomping grounds, literally. Their stomping grounds. Although here comes the third-party push now from the outside. They have been able to almost fully reset with Peach finishing off that heal on his armor. They are ready for this, as they've even got some armor swaps if they need to use it.
If this team's smart, they're going to avoid this fight with Sentinels, honestly. But they get the knock. It's going to be Prodigy Aces starting one off onto Peach. I mean, my words right now is they get the finish as well.
But Sweet is also here for that third party. And so one of them has gone down. So it's a knock on either side. Peach getting finished off. And so this is kind of a very tricky situation to be playing in right now, as the third party is already prepped for that third party. They are going to be able to recover Peach's banner, and they've got some respawn beacons to work with if they want to pull all the way back down to Sorting Factory. It's about getting there. So I believe Senox should have his portal up, and so that can be a play, and it doesn't look like there's anyone really on the south side. It's just to the southwest of them. So there might be a res in play for Peach.
It's the best possible outcome in terms of who's going to die on their team, right? Having that portal is going to be huge to try to get that res. But the reason I was saying don't take this fight if you're their team is because you're going to end up getting third party. But it was great discipline again, and we're using that word so many times because that's exactly how you have to play this. If you go and overcommit to that fight, you're not the third party, you're the fourth party. The fifth party is coming in behind you. So they go pick off a kill, and they just disperse and leave and say, okay, we'll take that point, and they leave. So just a really heads up play by Prodigy Aces and his squad.
Oh yeah, now on board with Teenage Niles and Saucer over here at Skyhook, as it looks like they were in a fight, not able to recover the banner quite yet of Zaniles, and not entirely too sure exactly where he went down there. Okay, right outside of Trials, and so it looks like Saucer might be trying to make a play for it, as the team has already backed away, so this should be the free one for them. They'll be able to get that banner. They do have some respawn beacons to work with if they want. They can go over to Lava Fissure. They can even go over to Drill Site if they have to.
It's crazy when you look at that mini map and you see where all the players are, just how congested it is. where the end circle is going to be, which is where TSM is finding themselves. But there's Sentinels again. Senox is going to drop. They're on to Crust. They know exactly where it is after that grenade hit marker is going to come through. And I don't think he's going to be able to make it. With 10 seconds left on his grapple, they should know that he's the last guy alive here.
Yeah, and so at this point, this is really risky. Now, again, though, playing in this kind of valley, it's the saving grace of having other teams around you, right? That make it difficult to try and jump down and thirst after this. But taking a look at the position of where these banners are, it looks impossible for them to get. It's going to be Rogue that are right on top of them. And it looks like Peach might just have to rat this one out.
And the reason you could tell that it was double recover banners on his screen there. So that means that Senox did get the res, and they ended up just taking out both players as they fell through, and it looks like Rogue's going to be able to clean those up. And this is a great position to be in. This is so safe, and that's what you were talking about happening early in the game, Jamerson, is who's going to end up getting griefed. And actually, this area ends up getting griefed if you don't have the Watson presence. You can see, again, how many players are located across the river here, and that they're all, again, going to be kind of working together to hold teams out as other teams that are late are rotating in. So if you're going to play the edge at this point, you definitely play the edge. You don't even try to get into this area because it's just going to be death.
Ooh, snipe down. Just 360 damage away from getting that red armor there. Nice. Getting him out of position with that arc star, tagging him twice with that scout as Sweet is just setting up the crossfire. And it's just, they're doing this perfectly. They're not taking any real big risk. I believe that's Peach down there, but now it's sniped down. Because on the other foot, he's going to have to drop down that Watson gen. But there we go. Finally, excuse me, it was Crust that was remaining. Finishing him off. Yeah, and that's going to be Rogue, picking up a lot of KP early on.
Definitely, all thanks to Sentinels, and all because of that fight that came in that they weren't even involved in. That was Prodigy Ace's team that came in, and then the third party that was coming in after that was going to be Rogue, and they end up picking up 3 kills overall from that. So that's great if you're a Rogue fan, and they can just reset, set all these armors up here, wait to see where the circle is going to move again. If they want to, go back and hit that beacon, I'm sure there's not even that many teams over towards Sorting Factory, so they can continue to get more information because they're playing a Pathfinder team. But when you're playing Path in this scenario, you're feeling so confident because you have a good idea exactly where this is going to be. And if you do find yourself low ground, you're one of the only teams that's running Path most likely, so you're going to be able to just zip right back. I would say, less than 50% of the teams are probably running Path and dropped a very strong Pathfinder. So he's going to be feeling really good. 2 kills, 15 squads left. Rogue looking really strong.
And Tom, you're absolutely correct because there are no other teams in Sorting Factory at the moment. And so that beacon is free for them. It's kind of strange to have almost no presence here, but a lot of that was because of Rogue coming in, cleaning up teams like Sentinels, cleaning up teams like Prodigy Ace's Dream Team there. There is one team that has now just pulled in to that other, the smokestack to the southeast of Sorting Factory there, but this is still relatively a free beacon for them. A lot of teams still on the outskirts right now, and a lot of them, of course, around TSM in that general choke. It looks like they are waiting to TSM back in that house, waiting for an ultimate to try and conserve on
they need to start a GoFundMe for some armor, and so there it is. Okay, Rep's starting it for the team, and you saw him originally with the Evo shield all the way down at that gray armor, now powering up a purple. So they've been able to lay down some damage, but just when you're running so low on cells, 6 cells overall, it's so hard to pick up kills from this area because everybody is in the vicinity. So as soon as a fight starts, if you don't have a scout here, you're at a pretty big disadvantage. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this R99 ammo conserved by Albarelli, because you don't really want to go down to 120, 100, because then you're leaving yourself very open into the late game. You're like, okay, I have like 1 fight left in me. So they have to play very safe here. Hal's probably the only one that's going to go continue to peak.
Yeah, we should go over to NRG right now, who are stuck over, that's Team 19, stuck over at Harvester. They've got 2 teams actually next to them, one to their north and then one to their south. And they are just going to go ahead and go over for this connector here. They realized they were getting pinched from the north and from the south. And controlling this connector can be strong. Usually, though, we see oftentimes Caustic teams holding position here just because he can control these corners with those barrels. But this is a decent place to be playing from because you can play under the bridge that we see on Nathan's right. Early portal coming out from Rocker.
Looks like that's where they're going, though. Well, they may be having some sort of information over towards where Rogue was formerly, but they also may be trying to just get a different position, like you were saying, underneath the bridge. And I guess he's going to drop his charge rifle. I thought the choke would
They're
have been a great...
taxing all the items out.
Yeah,
okay.
they are. They're... Oh, a huge fight going on, and just a complete mop. As Saucer's team is going to fall. Very solid team there. And back on board with TSM. They have rotated now over to Dorito. So interesting that they're just going to continue to wither away here at this storm and try to get closer and closer towards the middle where the end circle is going to be. And if you're, wondering if there's going to be anyone behind that team in the house, there's definitely a team or two coming from Harvester and holding that choke.
All right, yeah, we're on board with GS Bird, Sung, and Mollis, who ended up just cleaning up a fight here on East Fragment. Again, it's about this is one of the ultimate edge teams, right? When you've got the Caustic and the Gibraltar, you're just able to just slowly creep up on a team, walk up with the shield, and then start kind of leapfrogging with the Caustic barrels and just walk down a team. It's one of the worst feelings to be stuck in between a wall and that team.
I think this is the strongest comp in the game. I think Watson gets taken out for Caustic. I think Gibraltar is very strong. I still think Wraith is strong. So it depends. If you want to play Pathfinder, hit the beacons. It's a completely different style. Don't get me wrong. But if you are going to play Edge, if you like to take these team fights, if you don't want to play Pathfinder and hit the beacons, or if you can't even get a beacon spot where you're landing because sometimes you're not able to do so, then that makes sense. But another fight happening right here as the last player alive in a fight against the Amos's squad.
Yeah, now he swings on in, but it's a 2v1, and Benzako, the havoc comes out and finishes him off. And
we have to see if he stands still when he loots. Is he going to move when he loots, or is he going to stand still? I have to know, because that was the Amos's squad. So, if he gets taken out by a controller player, that just doesn't feel good, You're the Amos.
Rogue is coming in, though, here for the third party. You see them on the roof, and they're not able to get the res as they have to back off. The gold armor is there for Beznako. But now Rogue right on top, picking up Drix. And I don't know if we'll ever be able to see if he's a controller player himself.
I have to know. We're going to have to know. Someone tweet us. Let us know if you know if Benzako is a controller player or not. But hey, the donut is really paying off for Rogue. Let's just talk about how nice this is that they're not getting contested early like Sentinels was. There's another fight happening on the outskirts here. Trocky really trying to make something happen with the EVA 8. Not going to be able to. So much action over the last few minutes here as multiple teams going to fight all over the place. And he's moving while he's looting. Okay. Answer to the question, we could sleep soundly now.
Yeah, and ending up winning that 1v2. Unfortunately, Drix did get finished off. Rogue able to take advantage of that. And yeah, we're talking about the donut position. It's one of the strongest for this circle. Oftentimes, it's not as heavily contested. We see a heavy congestion more towards the north over at Dorito, over those three houses. But now, as Nako, artillery coming in, but they do have the Watson Jenny down to try and save them. But Rogue setting up a great crossfire here. One coming in from the left, one coming in from the right. And it's that Prowler with a select fire. That's going to be Rogue finishing them off. And now Rogue really racking up the points. Currently 2 kills for Snipe down, 4 kills for Dropped, and 3 for Sweet.
That's just too easy for Rogue. I mean, you don't go under the bridge right there. That's so confusing to me. You think that you can go and play those boxes and it's free. Obviously, we've had the ability to go and see what's unfolding in the game, but we have to have a checklist on all of these spots that are top tier spots. And then you kind of go and play from there. And you have Rogue in that top tier spot over in the donut. Under the bridge is the next best spot. Everybody knows that. So I'm surprised to see them not go and try to rotate and see if anybody was there. Maybe just a little bit of miscommunication. They were maybe a little bit too scared of the circle coming in behind them. Maybe they thought a team was there, but that was confusing to me, and just free kills for Rogue. I mean, it looked sick, great nades, don't get me wrong, but when it's a 3-on-2 and you give the upper advantage to one of the best teams in the game, you don't stand a chance.
Yeah, Circle does actually pull away from Rogue, but they're still in. They could play underneath Donut. They've got the fence lines to work with to try to break line of sight, but it's actually NRG that's getting into a fight right now. This started off as a 3 versus 2 for NRG, but they've lost Nathan. Moore was able to finish off one, but it's just Mollis now left for his squad as he's going to try and kite this out, survive for as long as possible. He's already got 3 kill points, and so they've done a good job so far. He just needs to try and get as many placement points as possible. We'll see if any members of Rogue actually run into these nades, but Mollis just running out of time, and they are not giving up the chase. They will be able to finish him off, and that's a little bit of a revenge, of course, for that thirst onto Nathan.
No doubt, but I don't think they're going to be able to get a res here. Circle closing, so many teams going to be in this specific area. Probably not even res beacons available unless there's one in the creek somewhere. So tough luck there for NRG, but they do get the kill points that they need.
Yeah, there's just the one respawn beacon, but of course it's absolutely surrounded by all of the houses. All the teams are already set up. So right now, NRG, they tried to take a weird wraparound to the north side, and I don't know why. They didn't really have to play for that, but again, Apex Legends, especially in these high-level lobbies, it's about information. They just simply didn't have the scouting information about who was there on the south side over at Sorting Factory. But they do get a free port on top of this building.
Yeah, perfect portal. That's exactly what you have to do when you rotate from this area. You take the outside of this left building. It was someone's job in this building to go and watch that and get information, but they completely missed that one. I'm curious to see if that's a full 3-man or if it's just a duo inside.
It is a full 3-man.
It's very rare for Rocker to have this much bully ability. That's what they call it when you try to bully a team out of this building. And they have 2 players. This team may be poverty or just not feeling confident, or they're very scared they're going to get third-partied. But Rocker and Moore should be the ones that are scared in this situation. They're the team that can get shot from the outside area. So Rocker just playing extremely confident, as he should. You should just constantly be testing the skills of people, trying to determine, is this, you know, a TSM rogue type of caliber team? And NRG, they're right up there too. So right now they're just flexing on the team in the building.
Yeah, NRG have to know that this isn't someone like TSM. This isn't someone like Rogue. They would have instantly challenged them on the outside. Rocker forced to go ahead and use that Q, and he's right into TSM underneath Dorito here, which is actually where the ring will pull over. But now he's not able to get the heal off. That's going to be Imperial Hal finishing him off with that Prowler as he goes back with that Q. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that.
Can I just point out again, I told you so, right? You know, like TSM, they see a resources used, they recognize the situation. Hal has no hesitation. This is why he's one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game. Rocker, also an insane player, thought he was going to get away. He didn't even have room to breathe. And that's the difference that you're seeing between a team in the Dorito right here, like TSM, and whoever's stuck in the building over there. That's just inexperience from that team inside the building. They have to play more confident. They have to realize that that's their opportunity to get kills when teams are rotating towards you. So just a huge missed opportunity there, and TSM taking advantage of it.
I will say, though, this is a team that I'm not familiar with. Sumo, El, Bad, and Finesse. And so I think it might just be lack of experience right now, though. Rogue starting it all off. Noble's Onmu will go down as Vayne finds one on Tarkovsky. And so we do have some EU representatives, by the way, with Nasky and Horizon coming in. But Imperial Hal, they're just set up. TSM getting some free fire across all the teams, picking up some free kill points right now, as Moore is actually still alive for NRG. Getting jumped on, Hal dropped down to about 30 HP. Will be able to back off as he does have Reps and Albralele to hold the line for him, and they are still within the circle here. They're going to be able to get the full reset as Reps will finish off Bad. And it looks like this is still the name of the game in North America. Rogue, TSM. Who's going to be able to win out these games? Right now, Rogue is down sweet, but they have 12 kill points.
Yeah, it's going to really come down to that, and it's also going to come down to who decides to fight each other first and who cleans it up faster, because you can see TSM really wants to get these players underneath their building. Why? Because they can end up shooting them in the back and griefing their game next circle as this rotates in 50 seconds. So when you go and evaluate the situation as your TSM, you see the team in front of you, you know that there's another team elsewhere, probably to the right-hand side, and you've only seen 2 people below you. So I know what Hal's thinking. You could see it just in his movement. He really wants to go and drop on these guys, probably screaming at his teammates, hey, let's formulate a plan right now. And you know who's going to go with him. It's going to be Mac immediately. So we'll see if Reps goes and commits or if he stays in the house as they try to clean this up, because I don't expect Hal to just go and make a portal play here, but it looks like that's what he's kind of posturing for. I'm surprised to see them not try to shoot the people below them.
Yeah, they do have some of the building in, right? But it's an open ledge. It's still a vulnerable ledge for them, along with having 2 teams actually below them.
Yeah, they don't
currently
have to make a portal play because they're safe, but you're right, yeah.
But again, it's still it's not absolutely safe, right? There's still some areas where they can get climbed up from behind, and so that's why you're seeing Hal right now doing a really good job of scouting, making sure that their back is clear. This is the most important part right now. As the zone does close, they've got the slow side as well working towards them, and so they've done their due diligence. The team has pushed up. It's going to be sniped down, picking up so much. Rogue, it doesn't even matter if they get first place here. TSM can take the win, but Rogue will be first in points at the end of the day. Hal now making the play is going to go ahead and set up a nice angle with this portal behind this. as they've noticed that one is knocked right below them. It's just sniped down up for Rogue here. Prepper and Linz have actually made it to the top 3 here, as they're going to be able to finish off dropped, and Snipe Down is still alive for now.
Snipe Down getting a knock as well on Albrily underneath the building in a 2 versus 1 situation. So great job by him, even getting the finish. So tack another point up on over to Snipe Down and friends. I believe that says 8 kills up there. And that's just ridiculous. Again, another kill being picked up, and no, it's going to be reps only. And he's going to go and get the res. Will Snipe Down hear it? He is the last guy alive. He could win this 2v1.
He could, and it's unfortunate for him that there's still a minute left before this ring closes, and he's not able to push as much as he would like to right now. 1v2, Snipe Down on the low ground. Does he have a Devo or something in play here for himself? It doesn't look like he actually does have the Devo. He's got a Devo Prowler in play, and so TSM still have to be careful. They can't just completely ape on him now. They've got to try and get a poke, try to get ahead, hit a heady or something, but there it is. The Devo tries to back off, and they will be able to swarm him. But Snipe Down, despite not being able to pull out first place for them, ends up with 7 kill points at the end there. I believe Dropped as well might have had 7, and Sweet might have had 4. So many points racked up for Rogue.
What a game by Rogue. Just such a nice turn of events when they go and take over Donut and clear out that whole sorting factory side. Snipe Down did a great job as well, but it is TSM picking up the win. Overall, great beginning to this finals here, and just really impressed with the way that all of the teams really played that one. Everyone knew where that circle was going to end. Such a common end circle. Once you go and see that second one and you start seeing all those teams set up over towards those buildings, it's not easy to break in there. We didn't really see any teams go and break a setup or do anything crazy, and that's why it's so important to get to there as we go and take a look at the kills. And 18 kills, 2,300 damage there for Snipe Down. Definitely the MVP of that game. But looking at some of the other teams that, you know, didn't have the best game that they normally would be Aim Assist and Saucer's team. So I'm really looking at these guys, again, so many skilled players here. They're going to try to step up here. They're going to try to get some big kill points on the board. Tech, his team, Lion and Panda, the former Noble team, they're looking very strong with 5 kills and only getting 14th place as well. So many kills we're taking off the board. It leaves a lot of points not on the table for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, we also have to take a look at a team like Sentinels, right? They ended up going down early on here. They got 3 kill points, but no placement points whatsoever as they went down as the 16th team. And this is kind of the story of Sentinels. It's the way they play, their style. It's very feast or famine, right? Either they put up like a huge highlight reel in one game, or they win a fight and then end up going down early because just third parties happen. But we'll see if they can bounce back. Still, though, it's kind of the story of North America. TSM versus Rogue right now. That was just game number 1. We still have 3 more to go. We will take a short break, but when we get back, it'll be game number 2 of the Esports Arena North American Weekly. Into them, but he's getting forced and pressured out. He has to queue down, but Manditrasa and Taishin will be able to find 2, and now it's a 1v3 to finish it all off. He's got the PK in hand. Did decent damage, and they're gonna get the melee knock onto Kuya. They just have to finish off the thirst, and it looks like Kuya is the final member alive, and North will walk away here.
And the rest of the team goes down as well. Snipe Down might get taken out by Storm here. Nope, he barely makes it in. Last team, are they going to drop? Snipe Down's going to just zipline juggle. And it looks like Saint RKN are just going to have to take out a 50 HP Watson as he falls. And that is well played from the low ground team. Are they?
6 cents, yeah.
They're going to try to hit this rat right here. Good 100 spray from Hal. It's going to be a phase. You might see a push from the other team. It's now or never for the other team. They might come out once they see the knock on the kill feed. But I mean, TSM's still very healthy. Nate comes in from the other rat team. Vayne goes down. Let's see if we see an instant push from the other team. Albrelli and Reps are going to be able to hold off as Hal heals.
If they had any utility, I'm looking right now, Garbage player has no nades on him whatsoever, so they weren't able to apply any pressure. Hal's going to go ahead and set up a separate angle for them with that portal now. Going in with the R9, decent damage. Albrelli gets the first knock, and TSM will finish it off. This team now getting pressured here. TSM have that center position right now, working with the angle. They've got the boxes, they've got the spray. Albrelli with that Prowler now. He is cracked. We'll go for the armor swap, but TSM are able to finish off Hill's team.
TSM is my lobby. They have no cover right here as Liquid's still on that rock. They have cover, and they're just gonna hide behind these little light posts. This is gonna be hard. He gets knocked right there. Alberelli goes down. Reps goes down as well. Liquid had the position. I thought TSM was in a better position, but apparently Liquid is in a better position than TSM, and they are running up on this last team right here. They have height, but it is a 3v3, so what's gonna happen right now? Big 70 pump on Watson. Gets the knock on the Watson. 3v2 right now. 2 players with no shield on Liquid. Nocturnal might go down here. Nocturnal goes down. Huge flick by Flanker right there on the Rave. 2v1. Lost it left. No ult coming out. No trap. No gas. He gets knocked. Ooh. That's a good 3v3 though. You love to see it. Great shots by Flanker with the massive no bolt.
Basically in that range where they secure this wall here. Panders gets the knock onto Raps, and now it's Liquid trying to fight back here. They understand that TSM now are down to 2. They just need to worry about the triple on the other side.
Flanker dropping down with a quick climb by back. Good play by him. You don't want to fall right now. You want to keep that height for as long as you can. Circle doesn't have the bust in it, so they're looking for that finish on them right now. Looks like TSM is out of the game. No, is Alberelli still in?
Alberelli still has a self-res as Tech is going to go ahead and push forward here. 3 red armors for them, and they can play in a position that where they have time.
Nice shots of the wingman coming off the Tech right there with the bounce on the zip line to the maybe pick on the Watson. A little highlight reel doesn't quite get the pick, but good shots nonetheless. The Watson is very low up top. He's going to go for an armor swap, but it's empty. And he gets knocked trying to get the armor swap off. It was empty, doesn't get it. Casper literally sitting on 3 HP and gets picked. And it looks like they're just going to be looking for self-reses here. TSM might have the second place.
Moving in as the ring advances on them. That's going to be great for them. Instead, the drop down here.
Yeah, Psychop realizes, of course, with that good headshot that he got, from having that skull piercer, he was able to deter that team that was just south of them. So he goes for the peak now, but he might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Has to get inside here as his armor's almost cracked. But Krema still up top, trying to get some damage on the side through the window, getting a knock on to Rugby now, pushing up on top. Psychop with the wingman, having a little bit of difficulty, but he hits that last shot. Will be able to finish off Otter. That's nasty Otter and Epsilon Ring. They need to be able to clear this team out. They've only got 27 seconds to do it. But good damage coming out from Rob. 71 onto that Watson. He will be able to get that knock. Drops, goes down. Excuse me, Mox goes down. They're going to be able to finish this off and maybe have a clear path for this rotation. No, Paradise goes down. Oh.
Playgrounds. They thought they were safe. Somebody just on the right-hand side. Paradise looking particularly unhealthy at the minute, and if
they have a great position, they've got the high ground, they've got priority on this ring, and they've got the aim. He's got the bubble to work with as well. He's gonna go ahead and toss that out now as the fray is just taking place in front of them. I thought maybe Mirage was in there. Everyone was kind of moving in unison, and Zippit still able to connect with his shots, and AHT are gonna take the victory in game number 3. Along with that defensive bombardment. VP spots him out. But JMW picks up one. Amazzo will bring down that duo. Never mind. Oxbow is the one that finishes it all off. And they will be able to take that win. Myth with a huge game.
Easy pick if someone's in the open. Doesn't take long for Havoc to kill. Made on the knock on the promo, so they're just gonna push on this. They're just pushing. They seem to be very comfortable in this area, not worried about any third. He gets his armor broken. Raid for each Gals. He gets the knock with that Havoc on Bronze. He's gonna phase back, probably crank
them as a duo, Rogue as a trio, looking to finish this all out.
And this is tough. Yeah, so I was talking about this height on this side. Probably gonna win the game. Naps goes up. Tries to do as much as he can, but gets taken out. Not enough, and they will finish off that last goal knockdown, and that's game 1 right there. Looking up. And here it goes. No bubble yet, so that means that team's still up top. Timmy hits the zipline juggle, falls down, is gonna have to try to hit another zipline juggle, and it is just an absolute mess in there. Timmy hitting the juggle, dives to Swarm, and you saw about 15 boxes pop up right there. Who knows what happened? And you got Rogue winning a second game? They seem to be shooting inside, so there might be 3 teams here, I'm not sure. I can't tell.
Go ahead and push forward. I think it might be Rogue.
Might see a double kick on the door here. One goes down. Door opens. Pathfinder gets the. He's gonna get traded right here. A big right hook to the chest. gonna get chipped at over and over again until they die. Once they get in this tunnel, it's probably over for them.
Kind of killing fields. This train might help them out.
The train, it could, or it could push them into Storm.
Yeah.
It's going the wrong way. If it was going towards them, that would be absolutely massive. But it's just going the wrong way. But they have cover. They're probably rotating on the far side. As we speak, once this train disappears, we are going to see people on the right side. Yep, and here we go. Rocker gets knocked immediately.
Is the train the actual MVP?
Fresh is 1 HP, and they get a quick push, and they... Oh my goodness. The train. The terrain.
Oh my
God.
God.
The essential cover at the right moment.
The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho, I like you guys, you're so cool, potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You gotta be good. Don't get me wrong. You've gotta be good and you gotta compete, you gotta play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student, you got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are gonna change that. You're gonna get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're gonna travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports.
Possibly a solo rat off to the left. Portal coming out now from OTT as they are right on top of the ring here. Flanker already setting it up with traps.
So Streamy, Andre, Strong, and Blood Rain needed to get out of there quick. The Blood Rain and Andre just took a lot of damage from the circle. Streamy trying to get rezzed up now.
Yeah, now Liquid, they already smell blood in the water. Vice wasn't able to survive long enough to secure that kill for himself, even though he got a knock. But he was the fourth man for Liquid here to secure this win for them, or at least it should be a win. And there we go. As they finish them all off, Liquid will be able to take the first win of the day on that Pathfinder. Once again, it might just be clear, there is a Gibraltar bubble in front of them, and that might have been the opportunity. They could back off, but instead they get aggressive there. Matafe does get rezzed, and Zippeth has to back off just a little bit as his shields get cracked. They're going to go ahead and make a push in here, though. And they'll be able to finish off Nasky, Strafe, and Dell, who is the other team on this side. There comes the knock. It's SJP2 going down, and AHG are having a monstrous first game. Wow, trying his best to stay on top of them right now. He's got the high ground with that alternator, not able to do enough damage. But he's got the hemlock here, 46-46, and that's going to be pushing Epsilon as they will aggressively push forward as well with that Gibraltar dome now. Again, having difficulty as this fight now going downhill, and so they're able to use that speed, but the alternator, the hemlock coming out once again. And it looks like there might be a split by Hexagon right now, and the first knock comes out as Dennis will fall. And it looks like Epsilon will be able to win out this. Huge for them, but Alliance, they're trading away, and so they know, they understand exactly what's going on in this fight. They're gonna go ahead and pull the trigger now. R9 spray down, alternator spray down for 9 impulse, but he has to back away. Oh no, there's another caustic in his way, but he's got the Devo, and we'll be able to finish him off and gets inside safely here. We'll throw down another trap as the Watson tries to push through. 9 Impulse coming up huge with that Devo play along with that Caustic. They're going to be able to pick up 2 kills off of BDS here. SJP2 now pushing forward with that Gibraltar.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Jamerson here once again with Tom, Tsquared, Taylor, and game number 1 already in the books, and it was a novel for Rogue there, who just ended up demolishing that lobby, Tom.
So many points just from the kills alone, let alone Snipe Down living, possibly winning that game in a 2v1 against TSM. And I just feel for Sentinels because you know they died in that same spot that Rogue did, and they have to go and watch Rogue, and they're like, that could have been us, man.
But yeah, Rogue are absolutely great about getting these third parties. Of course, that rotation coming in all the way from Mirage Voyage, able to make it through and get over into that position to take advantage of that right in time. But yeah, like you said, it was a lot of disciplined play coming out from many different teams, but ultimately Rogue getting that spot earned them so many kill points. Now, let's go ahead and take a look exactly where we're standing here on the leaderboards right now, because you guys have to see the difference right now. Rogue, even though they only placed second with Snipe Down surviving all the way there, they got so many kill points that they ended up with 27 points, while TSM, who ended up winning that lobby, only got 6 kill points and the 12 points from placements. So they're standing behind them down by 9 points.
Yeah, and we saw how poverty TSM was when they were stuck in that house where the respawn beacon was, and then eventually rotated on over towards the Dorito, which ended up being the winning spot for them. But again, Rogue, when you talk about how they land at Mirage, I'm wondering how they rotated. Most likely they went over through Harvester and then came back over towards Sorting, which is where Sentinels land. So Sentinels, they land Sorting. They're not going to stay top Sorting there. They end up taking Donut, and they end up getting charged by another team after a fight happened. And that's why Rogue was able to just snowball the amount of kills. They picked up the res on the Sentinel players, and they just continued to stack armors, weapons, and have all of their ideal setups. I mean, you have Snipe Down with Prowler Devotion at the end of the game with purple armor, feeling real good about it. I was just surprised to see he didn't put armor swaps in front of him, but it's just controller things, Jamerson.
Yeah, you were explaining this to me. I don't play controller, but I already know what some of the struggles are. But we were talking about the timing differences there. You know, a split second is honestly an eternity when you're in these high level competitive games. So much is just running through your brain. But still, Snipe Down did an amazing job, able to just get that far, being able to pick up the rest of the kills basically that were still in the lobby. Right, I believe he finished off the Solo Fide / Lindsay squad. Basically by himself, playing underneath that house of underneath Dorito here. So we do have some replays right now as we are still getting this lobby populated. It looks like we are almost ready to go. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replays, because it was honestly just a highlight reel for Rogue here. This was what we were talking about though. Sentinels were able to clean up this fight, but then the third party comes. They just did not reset fast enough, and we see Prodigy Ace's team coming in. This was honestly, I believe, where Rogue just end up coming in for another third party using that donut as their base of operations.
This was the fantastic 2v1 by Benzaco on the aim assist squad, busting out the Havoc hip fire and then zooming in at the last second with the red dot. Not able to get the reses because, as you said, Rogue was coming around. This was the res that happened onto Hal, and he had gold armor here. So that's one of the things that really helped him out, as he was able to heal and work with reps as they dropped here. And also, one of the things to point out is reps laid a fantastic fence onto Snipe Down right before this fight happened, ended up taking him and stunning him a little bit, gave information on over to reps, and then they were able to go and make the play that they wanted.
Yeah, the ultimate like BM would have been if he hijacked one of the nodes and then made a fence off of it, and that's what killed him. I think he actually did. I think he actually did hijack one of the nodes there. But there was definitely an opportunity. Snipe Down with the devotion. There's a reason why they called it the Snipe Down for almost an entire year. He wrecked lobbies with it. We saw in X Games, we saw in every tournament after that, that teams feared Snipe Down running at you with a devotion. That was before it was created. And we know why. TSM showed respect there. They knew that once they got the CC, once he was slowed down by that fence, that's the push. They jumped down and they finished him off. And so showing due respect, because these two teams, some of the best two teams in North America.
You also don't want to end up a clip on Twitter. So TSM taking it slow, healing all the way, making sure that they're not giving Snipe Down any quality content.
Yeah, we have to remember that for a while. There's like when we're talking about this rivalry goes back pretty far. Because I believe Snipedown was playing with BCJ and Dolphin, right? G Dolphin for a while.
Right.
And they were contesting in scrims up against TSM for the longest time. This was before Snipedown actually joined Rogue. And it was a true 50-50 between the two teams. And I think it kind of went towards BCJ and Snipedown's squad able to win it out in the scrims. And so, I mean, there is like some kind of bad blood between the two teams. And I like seeing that this continues the trend so far. Let's go ahead and join TSM. They were the ultimate winners. And, this is the squad that we're always talking about every tournament. It's hard to avoid talking about TSM because they are so consistent with their results. But at the end of the day, it's who's showing up with the kill points as well.
And they get the hot spot on their side of the map. And it's funny that you said that they used to get contested by Snipedown, and that's until you realized he looked like Mirage and could just go over there and blend in with the rest of the ship. So really smart heads-up play using his terrain to his advantage by Snipedown.
Natural advantage. He just gets a +1 to charm and +1 to sneak. It's perfect. But yeah, TSM they don't get challenged here anymore. This is their squad. This is their drop. Even though we've got Nasky in here, it looks like they're going to go ahead and contest NRG over at Fragment East.
Sky?
Oh no, wait, never mind. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I mean, you don't know exactly where they're going to land. We didn't see the beginning of last game besides over towards the Harvester side of the map, excuse me. So very rarely do you get contested over at Skyhook so early because you don't want to get third party, because typically 3 or 4 teams will land here. So it's going to be up to more, your least mobile champion on the team. And that's not how you want to start this one if you're NRG. Again, they're one of the teams that can definitely make it into the top 3, into the money here. But contention coming on over towards the Harvester side. And this is what we started off in the beginning of last game. There was nobody on this side of the map. So that's unfortunate for Albad, Sumo, and Finesse, as they're down a player now without their Watson.
Yeah, and when you're already struggling on loot, trying to retreat from Harvester is terrible because the loot is so spread out. It can be very difficult to find. Finesse is just going to have to go ahead and give up his teammates here, as the banner is already almost halfway running out. On board with Lindsay's squad, as they were able to take out a team themselves. R6 Silver and Plate going down. So a lot of action taking place right now. It's Dainty Sign 505 that's still alive for that trio that Lindsay and Solafide were able to take out.
No Name is the last place you're expecting to get contested, because this is some of the worst loot on the map. Sometimes you can get some good stuff here, but for the most part, teams only land here because they want to go and rotate immediately, and they most likely have a path, which they do. So they go and hit that beacon, and then they just get out immediately, as we see the first crypto player in the lobby. It's going to be Tech.
All right, and so this composition can be a little bit hard to run, right? Very few teams in scrims really tried to run it. When we're talking about teams that tried to run it, it was the former Rebel squad, right? With 6, Nighthawk and Mopork that tried to run this, but the execution on it, the timing was a little bit difficult. You got to get the Wraith portal down, and then you set up the EMP and you make the push. But it is a composition that lets you play edge with a lot of scouting information to try and get that perfectly isolated fight on the edge.
The only reason crypto is tough is it's just a giant flare in the air when you go and take a team fight. It's not like a Gibraltar ult or a Bangalore ult where it's like, hey guys, we are fighting. This is a hard commitment. You see, we're using our resources. This is they're going to be weak 1000% because the crypto ult's going off. So definitely 150 HP off the shields immediately gone. And the other team's going to charge that. So that really leaves you open to possibly getting third partied on top of the fight that you're already taking. But I like the play. I think crypto's very strong. He's very underrated. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another team try to run that as well.
Oh, we got a big fight going on over here at Trials. It looks like the team might be lurking up top here as Nasky, Kupski, and Horizon are trying to finish off the Trials. The loot can be absolutely stellar, but their team's up top. On board with Sentinels, though, as they are making their way into this choke point. So they're trying to find these fights as they see one over by the choke. They got the portal out by Senox, and now they should be right on top of them here. But there's a Gibraltar. Ultimate comes down, bubble down. It really is to try and stop this push, but looks like they've already picked up 1 kill here, or at least there's a body laying around for them.
Yeah, I was wondering what that play was, and then I wondered, what are they doing? And I saw the loot there. It kind of made sense, but weird ult there from Peach. Probably wants that one back, and going to be a same ending circle? I wonder why they're staying here. Sentinel's known for playing the edge and really just bullying this entire area of the map, so I wouldn't really count on where they are, on where the end circle is going to be. But when you're looking at the circle, Jamerson, what do you see? Any path teams hit the beacons, or where's this one starting to posture towards?
Oh yeah, I actually haven't taken a look at it. We've had so much action so far, but taking a look at TSM, this is actually going to be a harvester circle pulling over very hard to the west, very hard to the west. And so you're looking at, of course, taking that respawn kind of solo building to the west side, really trying to control Snake maybe even, or even the train yard connector tunnel.
No doubt, as long as you can get a harvester here, you're going to be set. And even maybe those houses at the bottom of Mirage with a third-party area wouldn't be the worst as well, because you can go over there. But NRG caught out. Is Rocker going to be the last guy alive, trying to escape? Will he be able to do so? We got the drone detected. You know who that is. That's going to be Tech.
Yeah, they're right on board here. It's actually multiple teams in the general area right now. We're on board with Birdsong and Mollis as they are trying to hunt him down. Of course, running that similar edge composition as we saw Sentinels running with the Gibraltar and the Caustic here. But it looks like, you know, they just not able to catch him, so they're just going to go ahead and run away and try to find a different fight, possibly on the eastern edge here.
Really tough luck for NRG. Pandas ends up taking out the last player who was on Tech's team, so they got that drone scan. And this is the last place that you want to be right now, setting up this early on the bottom of the map, especially when the Watson gen goes away after 90 seconds. You're just not going to be able to do it, as Joey's down as well. So not even going to be able to pop off a res. Action all over the map. Huge grenade coming in as Biznako, the last guy alive, not going to be able to get anything as his team's going to drop.
Yeah, that's going to be our 6 Silvers team to be able to take him out. I'm back on board with Dream Team here. Still haven't been able to get that res onto Joey Blackout, who's completely isolated from the squad, as he is at least on their level. They just need to try and get over there. But, you know, as soon as a team hears that res, going to want to drop down and try and take advantage of that situation. Harvester is going to be, it's going to be a lot of kind of standoff between a lot of teams. We have, I think, it looks like 4 teams already in the vicinity, maybe 3. On board with Teenage, Saucerer, and Zaniles are fighting over this train yard tunnel now, as Zaniles already got the knock onto Naval. He's going to push up. He's got that hammer point on that P2020, and that's why we're seeing a lot more people starting to use it now. I thought maybe people were memeing with it, but it still does so much damage. 37 to the flesh.
Not only are hammer points extremely strong, they're fun to use. I love rocking the hammer points. That's a team that should rock hammer points because they are so strong, individually skilled. But huge fight happening. Gentrifying trying to get back his teammates and revenge his teammates over here, as he's going to have this gold armor, popping a couple cells. Smart play, and he does pick it up. So just a very heads-up play, realizing that he has the gold armor, able to get that cell off. And also, you can't underestimate the teammates that are down and the knowledge that they're giving as they go and ping that player.
And so, again, just playing within that right range, I think, right? I believe that's around where you want to play 10 to 20 meters away from your target to get a good spray down. That R99 really connecting there to finish out and clutch that out. And that keeps aim assist alive. And it looks like there's no one near them, so they'll be able to get the safe stabilization. As again, we're back on board over here. And there's Prodigy Aces, Joey Blackout, and Vuzby. Our full 3, once again, they got the res, and they were able to get out of dodge there. On board with Tech, though. He's left, and he's going to be able to clutch this out over here at Fragment West, and that's going to be Nasky Horizon and Kupski going down.
That's exactly where NRG ended up getting caught off guard as well. So many boxes, so much loot on this side. Great job by Tech. He wanted to get that loot, but they're going to end up bouncing out because it looks like a third party's coming. So very smart play not to go for the loot. Instead, take an area where they can get height, try to reset here, try to heal up, and then figure out what they want to do from there. But it just stinks for them that they're not able to get those cells and armors off the bodies that Tech and his team worked so hard for.
They do have a minute to work with, so maybe they can come back and see what the Vultures have left for them. But yeah, desperately needing something. I mean, taking a look at Tech, he's only got the 1 cell right now. They don't have a Watson, so the economy game really isn't in their favor. They're going to be able to use this drone to get some decent information they have cleared it out, and it looks like this building is free for them, so they'll be able to take the port back and pick up that loot. They've got 55 seconds left to work with to make the next rotation here. Again, the circle pulling down south over towards Harvester.
So nice to have that drone there. Great job by Tech. Heads up play by the entire team to just play that one smart and slow. Yes, you don't want to give up that loot, but you can go back, use the drone, and get it. That's exactly what they did. But look at these armors that came out of the vault. Double gold, Jamerson, for Teen's team. They're scary right now. They're looking scary.
I didn't see a path zip. How did he get up there?
I'm not sure. Maybe they climbed up there. Maybe there's a way that you can climb up there.
Okay.
It has to be if they ended up going up there that way. But they have double gold going up against a gold and a purple Evo, possibly going up to red. And these are two extremely aggressive teams. So if you see any damage laying down, these are two of the most aggressive 5 teams in the lobby. And by aggressive, that means that they're extremely confident in their shots and team fighting. So they're going to go and push on any type of damage that they get, any type of advantage that they get, calling out constant armors, and also just playing their lives. Because one of the things that we didn't talk about in that previous fight was how Gentrifying was using this amazing head glitch on the stairs. And that's one of the things that you really have to look out for these pro players, how they relocate, and they're constantly using the map to go and use head glitches.
And right now, in a very strong position over here on the western side of Harvester. It's a nice line of sight, cracks and hits for that gold, but I don't think they can really do much right now, as it's just a lot of poking and prodding. He's got plenty of ammo to work with as well. He's very close to getting that Evo shield. So maybe get that red before they try to make a push onto this team. This team is well entrenched in there, and it would be a difficult push. As I believe TSM are holding in S, and so they've got to be careful because TSM could jump on them at any moment as well.
This is a spot where you could get lasered. I'm surprised that he's staying scoped in that long without healing, but his idea is he wants 100 more damage before he goes and hits any more bats or cells, just so he doesn't waste any of the resources that he has. And like you said, plenty of ammo right there. So just going to continue to lay down fire, which has to be so annoying. Here's a crypto fight happening outside, and guess who the crypto team is? It's Noble there with Lion and friends as they get more kills in their favor. This is looking like how Rogue was in the first game.
Yeah, and they've got plenty of time to work with as well. They are going to be able to finish them off. Bird and Mollis are out of this one. And take a look at the lobby. We're already down to 12 squads, 35 players remaining. This is a very fast-paced game number 2 here. These teams are just fighting all over the board. RCO might have just got into a fight themselves this time around, as they are watching their back, holding strong over here at the Harvester connector. But just going to go ahead and pass around the resources. As looked like Holiday, yeah, was basically on his last legs in terms. But now they're getting pushed. Not enough time to get that Phoenix kit off. As they're getting pressured, we do have that Caustic Ultimate to come out. Try and buy some time, but Sneaky Monkey taking a lot of damage from behind. They will be able to retreat back to these barrels here. Will they have time for these Phoenix kits? It looks like they will, as the Gibraltar Ultimate comes down. That should stop the push for now. Buy them some valuable time here. Sneaky Monkey still needing to get a med kit off. Back on board with, of course, Lion. They're going to be able to get that res. And now as we swap back over to RCO, we'll see how pressured they get. This team doesn't have many rotation options to work with. They've got to make a call here with only 40 seconds left.
It's amazing to think that Lion, Pandas, and Tech have 12 kills already halfway through this game. They've cleared out virtually half of the lobby themselves off of their rotation. So just amazing plays, amazing crypto plays, alt excels being used, and RCO going back and looting these box, desperately picking up some things, because you know you're desperate when you have that circle on your wingman. There it is, picks up the dot, switches the circle back on over to the R9. And they have a great area to hold, as you said in the previous game, Jamerson. Very popular for the team in the choke to be playing Caustic. It seems to be a very comfort zone for these areas because of the barrels and the way that you can just hide them behind these boxes. But now it's time to rotate. This is the most important part of the game here for RCO.
Yeah. Luckily for them, not too many teams here on the western edge. But if we take a look at Sorcerer, I believe Lion's team made that rotation, pushed through tunnels, and now they're coming through connector here. And so this is what Teen and Sorcerer and Zaniles have been setting up for the entire time, waiting for a team to make this rotation. They've been keeping an eye on this tunnel here. They've got a team coming. They just got to be careful, and someone's got to be keeping an eye on that tunnel.
Yeah, and Zenial a little late to the party here. He's going to throw a nice Gibby ult. They counter with the bubble, and that's why Crypto and Gibby seems to be a very strong combination. But I love Saucer's positioning here. Great job laying down that Watson gen. Slow play this, wait for that bubble to go away, and use that Arc Star. Should be all Saucer's team here. As you see cracks coming in armor. Great portal coming out from Tech's team. Another Gibraltar ult. Both teams playing this flawlessly right now.
Yeah, we have to remember that Aim Assist had that line of sight as well into this hallway, and so they should be able to get some decent damage off. There's a Zeinful getting the knock on top Panders, but Saucer once again with a nice angle up top here. Now, Zenials did go down, but it looks like they will be able to get that res onto him, and they've got plenty of time to, of course, just reset. Now, the circle does pull away from them. Here's the port. Tech goes down, and that's going to be Lions squad. Just not able to survive this rotation here, even though they ended up getting 12 kill points.
Great job there by Teens and Isle and Saucer. Unfortunate for Tech that they waited and were so patient that entire time, but you could see all of the resources used in that entire fight, and that's when you know it's a skilled team. You never want to go down without using your crypto drone or using your EMP or your Gibby ult. As another fight going on as Hal gets knocked.
Yeah, TSM here, they were forced out of Essen. This is a position we've seen them play before on this very similar circle where you've got this valley to work with, and teams don't want to try and poke down at you because usually they get shot at, but Hal's going to go down. He didn't believe that anyone was going to push him. We'll see if Ref is going to be able to get this res. Yeah, the gold bag is going to be huge, so he comes back with a lot of extra health, but they're not going to be able to save Alberlele. It's just going to be the duo for TSM here. Now, there is a respawn beacon just above them, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get that off.
You know, Mac is like, yeah, please, just spawn me, bro.
Plug me in.
Plug me in. I want revenge. Plus his box is right there. I can get to my box, bro, please. And then Hal's like, no, man, we're going to lose the game. Just shut up.
That's exactly how. It looks like maybe they are over there. No. Reps is still down underneath them, and they're just getting pressured by the team up top, and so they kind of have to wait here. Now, usually, of course, there's more teams alive, and so playing this position is a little bit easier, as now Teen and Zenials, they're trying to make their push out from that tunnel as the Gibraltar bubble does come out. They need to get that reset, and they're going to go ahead and push forward. A lot of damage coming across. He hit for gold onto one, but Zenials will go down. That's aim assist. Of course, King of the Hill on top, holding it down. Zenials, though, it looks like he might be safe. They're going to go ahead and drop down. Never mind. They get swarmed upon. They will go down as we're on board with Sentinels playing underneath the stairwells. A lot of damage coming across from those nades. There's one right in front of him. He might have been able to sneak himself into a nice little spot, but it's just going to be crushed alive with that caustic. Trying to build up a nice little fort for himself as he's just playing Dutch oven with the opposing squad.
Basically exactly what he's doing. Fat Fruit Ninja goes down and the res coming out onto him. Curious to see if he's going to stay alive, as it was RCO who got the knocks. And look how far the circle is for RCO. They're going to have to use Nando's portal here, as he does have it up. So while all that's happening, so many teams are going to be dealing with them on the outside, and that's going to be Rogue, I believe, charging them, as another player was hiding beneath still that caustic. So Sneaky Monkey lays down that caustic gas as the portal does come through, and you don't want to use your portal that early. That's just a desperation move that they had to do to try to get out of there. And I'm not sure if it was a queue or a full-time portal, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just queued, because you're going to need that portal to get into this next zone, and that's what you see Rogue doing right now. It's up to Sweet to go and scout this area and find out how the heck they're going to get in there.
Yeah, oh, Sweet just pops in, finds Imperial Hal. He was the only one left, and they will go down as TSM. I don't know if they were able to pick up many kill points at all. Actually, none for them, as a lot of teams just going down. Now we're down to 3 squads. It's going to be a 3v3v3. Rogue versus Aim Assist versus RCO here. And it looks like it is RCO to the south and Aim Assist on top here over by the building, by the respawn building.
Okay, so you have a team in the respawn building. You know where RCO is. And then you have Rogue here that's holding on top of where they were formerly at. That means that Rogue is latest to the party here, but what's going to happen is whoever gets the knocks and whoever gets the third party last is going to win this one. And Rogue, they may be able to do it because the knocks came on result on Aim Assist side, so curious to see if they're going to get desperate for that one and push, or if they're going to back off and realize that they need to let Rogue initiate here before they go in and clean up that third party.
There we go. Rogue getting engaged upon right now. Dropped down to about 80 HP total here. Sniped down. Trying to hold it down for his squad. He's got that Prowler with a select fire, but it's not going to work out. It's going to be Resulta to take him down. Some controller on controller violence here as Nando gets finished off to the ring. Gentrifying on top with this Mastiff. We'll be able to get that knock onto Sweet. Now whittling down the numbers here. It's just dropped and Sneaky Monkey alive. This should be aim assist, finishing it all off and adding up to their points total. It's just about the order of operations. Who do you get rid of? Who goes down first? But ultimately, it is going to be aim assist coming up with a huge game number 2. 17 kill points put up on the board, along with the 12 placement points for coming in first.
And that's exactly what we were talking about in the first game. There's so many Slayers in this one. Aim Assist is a team that you have to watch out for. We touched base on the Noble teams. Noble really showed up there, picking up 12 or 13 kills. So this isn't just TSM or Rogue anymore. You have a couple other teams now coming up here, and we got a tournament on our hands.
And this time around, Rogue, even though they got second, that's 9 points for them, they only had 2 kill points to their name. And so they do add on to their total, and they had a great start. But again, other performances like this coming out from aim assist, challenging them early on. We still have 2 games left to go, Tom.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how close these top 4 are going to be, because so many kills and points went up from these 4 teams specifically. And now it's going to be teams like NRG, Sentinels to go and have a big game to try to make it into that top 3.
And with TSM only getting placement points here, I believe they finished 5th, so they end up with 4 placement points. That really doesn't move them that far up. They were already 9 points down up against Rogue. And so Rogue have increased their lead up against TSM, while a lot of other teams so far are catching up to them. So our top 3, it's going to be highly contested here. And so once we do have the leaderboards updated, we will, of course, show that on stream. But right now, was there anything different that you saw coming out from this game, or did it play out kind of the way that we expected?
I think Aim Assist came out pissed that they lost that 2 versus 1, because they're known for, these up close battles. Very rarely do you see 2 controller players go and drop just like that. So they came out with a vengeance there. You saw them really taking their team fights strong. They played that hill, which isn't an easy spot to hold, very well. And having a scout in that harvester circle pays huge dividends, especially when you have so much ammo as they did. And this is where it all started, gentrifying with this 1 versus 1. It could have all ended here with basically no points. This is against a very good team. That was Amu, Blitz, and Vayne. So a very, very skilled team that they ended up taking out that really helped snowball their confidence.
Yeah, that's a caustic squad as well, generally, I believe. And so being able to take that isolated fight up against them. But this is, playing King of the Hill, controlling this. This is the final 3v3v3. And it's generally whatever teams end up getting in that first fight, they're the ones that are going to lose. It's that third team that's not initially involved that end up coming in, swarming over the top.
And they may have tricked Rogue into going in here, where they open it up with that knock, and you see Rogue realizes that this team throws the bubble down. RCO throws the bubble down. That's resources. So they get excited, maybe thinking that the other team was weak, but it wasn't. It was just a sick pick that opened this all off. And Aim Assist could have easily thrown this. They could have charged that bubble, said, hey, we got that knock. Let's go get that kill point. They didn't. They backed off. Rogue charged instead. They swoop around for the third party, and they get kills on both teams instead of on just one team plus the W.
Yeah, I love this play here. Just it's only Designful that goes down, right? Because he's got the ability as that Pathfinder to be able to grapple out if things get a little bit iffy for himself. And so they maintained a lot of discipline. I think that's going to be the motif for the day here. Not all 3 dropping down, getting really thirsty for it, making sure that, of course, they're checking on every knock. They're checking on everything. They're not going to let anything get away from them, because that was their secured win.
And you have so many kill points. You want to finish that off when you have all 3 alive. You don't want to go and throw that one, because that could affect your mentality in game number 3 and 4. So they're riding this one high right now, feeling really good about themselves after that huge game. So we know that Rogue had a huge game. We know that Aim Assist had a huge game. We can expect to see them in first and second moving forward. And then TSM going to be shortly after that. Tech and Noble's team, they're going to definitely be in the top 5 after getting so many kills. But again, I'm looking at everybody takes their turn here, and it's, very much momentum based and who has this ebb and flow of getting all of these kills. So I'm looking at, again, the top teams here, like NRG, like Sentinels, to step it up, try to go and have that big game so they can make their push for top 3, because you don't want to go into the last game saying, all right, guys, we need us now. Let's do it now. You want to try to prove yourself early.
And we have seen, of course, in these kind of shorter sets, we have a 4-game set. It's not the same as like the 5-game for a lot of ALGS or Summer Circuit or GLL, where you've got 6 games or more, where in 4 games, it's honestly, if one team can pop off huge in one game, they could upset the entire lobby. Right now, though, Rogue's still consistently in the lead with 36 points, but right behind them, we've got Aim Assist after that huge game now, sitting at 30 points. So just 6 points behind them. TSM will be now placed in 3rd place at 22 points. So not much advancement there, as Noble Black find themselves right behind TSM with 21.
And that's a lot of points coming out for these first 2 teams. Would you say 46 coming out from Rogue? What was the number on
36
that?
for Rogue.
36. Either way, as long as if you're averaging 15 points per game or more, that's just absolutely insane, because you're getting 12 points for a victory. So that means you're averaging a win plus kills. So that's just insane work here from the top 2 teams. TSM and Noble Black not too far behind. We saw RCO have a strong performance there, picking up 3rd or 2nd. And there it is. Sentinels, 3-Head, which is Lindsay's team in Bostic. I like that name right there. Expect to see some other teams kind of creeping up in here, because they know where teams are landing now. They're starting to get a feel for the rotations, and they know which teams they want to take out.
All right, that's 2 games under our belts here. Now, we're going to go ahead and take a short break, but when we get back, it'll be the second half of the Esports Arena North American Weekly. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
That's going to be great for him. Instead, the drop down. Yeah, Psychop realizes, of course, with that good headshot that he got, having that skull piercer, he was able to deter that team that was just south of them. So he goes for peek now, but he might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Has to get inside here as his armor's almost cracked. But Krema still up top, trying to get some damage on him. Sati through the window, getting a knock on to Rugby, now pushing up on top. Psychop with the wingman, having a little bit of difficulty, but he hits that last shot. Will be able to finish off Otter. That's nasty Otter and Epsilon Ring. They need to be able to clear this team out. They've only got 27 seconds to do it. But good damage coming out from Rob. 71 onto that Watson. He will be able to get that knock. Drops. Go.
Let the 301 home, as the bullets of the chest, and the young are falling off, oh God. All the scars make a new cough, and the guts when I drop. If your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, what you move, you a bot. Watch your fade like a thought, slow down, what I'm bad. Watch your life, watch your trend, never getting off the train, never drop another game. Yo, 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 I got the sun, barrels in the lights, static lights, static stuff. I got the sun, barrels in the lights, static lights, static stuff. I got the sun, barrels in the lights, static lights, static stuff. I got the sun, barrels in the lights, static lights, static stuff. Ooh, let the 301 hum as the bullets of your chest and the yammer falling off, oh God. All this gas making you pop, and the guts when I drop. If your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, what you move, you a bob. Watch your fade like a thought, slow down while I bang. Watch your life, watch your train, never getting off the train, never jump another game. Yo, 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 I got the sun, there's in the light, you're standing there, standing still. I got the sun, there's in the light, standing there, standing still. I got the sun, there's in the light, you're standing there, standing still. I got the sun, there's in the light, standing there, standing still. as a bullet to the chest, and I'm falling off, oh God. All the scars making you cough, and the guts when I drop, if your body in a pile, let it rot. Shoot shots, got a lot, what you move, you apart, what you fade like a thought, fall down, what a bang, what your life, what you train, never get enough to train, never drop another game. Yo, 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 I got the stars, never seen the lights. You're standing there, let it stop. I got the stars, never seen the lights. Standing there, let it stop. I got the stars, never seen the lights. You're standing there, let it stop. I got the stars, never seen the lights. Standing there, let it stop. Ooh, let the 301 hum as a bullet to the chest and the yama falling off, oh god. All this gas making you pop, and the guts when I drop, if your body in a pile, let it rot. Shoot shells got a lot, what you move, you a bot, watch you fade like a thought, slow down, while I bang, watch your life, watch your train, never getting off the train, never jump another game. Yo, 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 I got the stars, barrels in the lights, set it back, let it stop. I got the stars, barrels in the lights, set it back, let it stop. I got the stars, barrels in the lights, set it back, let it stop. I got the stars, barrels in the lights, set it back, let it stop. as a bullet to the chest, and I'm falling off, oh God. All the gas, make a new pop, and the guts when I drop. If your body in a pile, let it rot. Shit sells, got a lot, what you move, you a bop. What you fade like a thought, go down, what a bang. What your life, what you train, never getting off the train, never jump another game. Yo, 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 I got the stars, barrels in the lights, standing there, standing still. I got the stars, barrels in the lights, standing there, standing still. I got the stars, barrels in the lights, standing there, standing still. I got the stars, barrels in the lights, standing there, standing still.
Welcome, everybody, to the North American Apex Legends Weekly, brought to you, of course, by Esports Arena. I'll be your host for the day. I'm JetSetJamerson, and joined once again this week, I've got Tom Tsquared Taylor. Tom, how are you doing this week?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. And now we've got another stacked lobby ready for you guys. I know we had a little bit of a false start, so I want to go ahead and thank everybody that's been hanging out in chats. But we just got game number 3 of our final lobby done, and now we have our top 20 teams ready and getting into the lobby right now. We're just a few short teams away from getting into game number 1 of our 4-game grand finals. Let's talk about how we're going to be playing through this. What is the point breakdown for how we score the tournaments, Tom?
typical ALGS settings here, 12 points for first place. That's going to get you a decent amount, but also keep in mind that you're getting one placement point or one kill point for each kill that you're getting, excuse me. But one of the things that I wanted to touch base on, Jamerson, since we do follow the ALGS settings here, and yes, we are only doing 4 games compared to your typical 5, they just released that they're now doing 6 games in the actual ALGS finals. So I just wanted to keep everyone up to date with that. And yes, we are running these every single week here for Esports Arena.
Yeah. Talking about other differences, though, other than the 4 versus 6, is that we're only playing on World's Edge here throughout our 4 matches.
Right.
While, of course, the ALGS is now going to be splitting it up 3-4-3, 3 on Kings Canyon, 3 on World's Edge. So we're only seeing World's Edge today. We've got four games to really figure out who's going to be coming out on top. And of course, like every week, we have a lot of returning names. Team Liquid, Rogue. We've got Complexity back up in here with a new third, as of course Lou made his announcement just the other night. And of course, names like TSM, but a lot of newcomers as well. And so this is their chance to try and make it into the money, but only the top 3 place in the money this week, or well, every week, Tom.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone knows that these tournaments are the best way to get your practice for the actual ALGS, for the GLL tournaments. And we also had the Touche tournament that happened over the weekend. So shout out to Daltouche for having that. That was really fun to be a part of.
Yeah, we had the Touche tournament. We had the Dolphin 1v1s that happened.
Oh, the Dolphin 1v1.
We're just going to leave it right there. We're not going to discuss anything else. We're just going to leave it right there. But yeah,
what we should talk about, Jamerson, is how Ball and Hal is to donate money towards the event that he's going to just go and try to win back anyway. So, I mean, just shout out to Hal for doing that, because I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, we're having a lot of community-run events, and that was really awesome. It was supposed to be a $1,000 prize pool, which Hal, of course, donated $400 in, and he almost made it, right? He was in the semifinals, I believe, and it was really cool to see him swap between mouse and keyboard and controller, depending upon the input of his opponent. So that was really fun to watch. Now we're just waiting on one final player, but we will be getting game number 1 underway very shortly here. Now, things are really interesting now. We've had a few weeks for the meta to really settle down. And it looks like for North America and for EU and EMEA, that the meta has basically just settled to what we expected, a little less of caustic more than anything else than what we were seeing before traditionally.
Yeah, and a lot less Revenant, because you end up being that team that just griefs and you end up getting third party. While it does work sometimes, the higher skill and caliber of the lobby, the harder it is to go and pull off those plays. We may see 1 or 2 of them, but like you said, less caustics, less Revenants, more traditional play styles. The Watson changes, I think, are really great. You have to be a lot smarter about your gen. Playing it over the weekend in the tournament was pretty eye-opening, that you don't have to really use your gen as much as you think you do. And it's also kind of nice deciding when not to do that based on, how many cells you have and how many Altic cells that you have. The fact that Watson can hold 2 Altic cells doesn't really make this nerf that bad. I think that that's something that's a huge change. And I really like this meta. I think that everyone's really settling into it nicely, and everyone's starting to really enjoy themselves.
Yeah, I mean, these are a lot of changes that came down the line, right? We had the inventory changes many months ago, and now having this change to make Watson a little bit more viable when she did hit a pretty heavy nerf. And so I like what they're doing with it. We're seeing a lot of people actually step away from the Watson herself, and particularly just for the strength of other characters, particularly Gibraltar's coming in. So we're seeing some Watson less comps. We're seeing some Wraithless comps and some Pathfinder less comps. And so it looks like we are ready to get underway. It's going to be game number 1 out of 4 of the North American Weekly here at the Esports Arena, and we should be getting live into it very shortly. Really excited for this right now, as we're already dropped in. Teams have already found their drop spot, and here's an interesting thing. I'm actually spectating AMG currently, who are playing over at Geyser. So are they challenging Team Liquid for this?
They are challenging Team Liquid. Now, the thing about going Geyser is that's one of the more popular spots. But we also have a challenge happening over towards the Dome side. Blitzen from Noble already down. And this is what you were talking about. You see some teams with the Watson, some teams with the Gibby. This was a Gibby team. They seem to be ready to fight, but that's not the case. Blitzen going to drop. That means the rest of these guys are going to have to loot up and maybe play the banners. But this just really ruins your first game. And I think that one of the more underrated things is figuring out which teams are momentum based and which teams can really bounce back from having a bad game, because you see a team like Aim Assist where they won 3 out of the 5 games. That's just a huge momentum based team. Once you go and have that good start, really in any type of tournament atmosphere, you're going to get so pumped up and believe in yourself, and that confidence really is contagious for your team, I guess you can say. And that's just a really bad way to start. You never want to be the first person down in the finals. If you're blitzing, you really are looking forward to possibly getting a res and trying to get back in there.
Yeah, hold on one second. If you can keep going, Tom. Right now, I don't have the feed, so I'll be just a moment.
Yeah, no worries. Right now, we're at Lava City with 6 in his squad. As you can see, their armors, purple for Nicewig, that's really solid. Blue for 6, and then white for Bowser. They're having a contestant over here, and their armors are great, so it looks like they definitely want to fight this. Secondary weapon, not too great for 6, as he does have the Scout, but the Havoc should be able to rip someone, switches it on over, and sees the Gibraltar has blue shield, so he may try to sell up here. Not really sure how much resources that he actually has, but this is the contestant over at the building. The team with the height typically has the advantage here, so what's key is watching what Bowser does, because Bowser has the white armor and he's on Watson, so he isn't really mobile, and it's really up to 6 or to Nicewig to make a play here. And Nicewig seems like he's going to want to go and take an angle, has R301 Mastiff, doesn't want to go and challenge quite yet from the bottom of the building, wants to rotate over towards the top of the side. And I think this is the perfect play. As long as they wait for this bubble to go down, they should have some good shots down, have to avoid all of these grenades, work together, sell up, and then get back to it. Nice little 50 blue there from Wig onto the player over towards the top. That guy gets a little bit too aggressive and punish hard. Now you see what team it is, Mike Lev, and they know, hey, it's not a pro team per se. We're gonna go and charge this, get extremely confident, and just establish dominance on this Lava City side of the map. Great job from these past tournament winners to go and take Lava City for themselves. And now we'll see if they can contest the rest of the finals.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful hold coming out from Wig. You saw him holding that angle, waiting for Bowser to be ready, and he was just poking away as he was just abusing that head glitch there. And you got to imagine going into games number 2, 3, and 4 that this team that dropped on them, they've already known, they've already established that they're going to win this 3v3. It was a pretty handedly win too, and so we'll see if they'll continue to contest them here, or if they'll have it free for the next games going on. If we could take a look at the map right now, we do have a western pole on the ring, so a lot of teams are starting to converge upon Mirage Voyage, and I want to see if we can take a look at Team Rogue right now to see exactly what they're doing. They might have the info for us, but never mind. Complexity, of course, they're running this Bloodhound. They've got one team spotted out, and this is a fight that could take a really long time to really try and siege. It'll be up to Reptar here to open things up with that charge rifle.
Yeah, the thing is, Complexity wants to take this fight because these guys are so annoying, and it seems like they're just fairly weak in terms of what their setup is. Like, who actually stops and sets up over there, as we have some action happening over towards the Mirage side, which you know that's where Rogue drops. Looks like some kills happening over down towards the third party area. Not sure if those were Rogue's kills or not, but looks like Snipedown did pick one up with the Scout and Mastiff. So interesting to see him switching on over to Gibby instead of playing Watson, which he's so used to. And it's going to be fun to see with the Scout Shield Controller combo here from Snipedown. Definitely one of the best shots in the game, and Sniper in his name, so Scout fitting him well.
Yeah, if we can actually bring up the ring, we already see on the minimap that it is going to be a Mirage Voyage, just a better visual there. And so this is one of those positions, Snipedown and Rogue, they have their weapons. They've got the G7 Scouts, they've got snipers in hand. This is where, in game number 1, they can have a huge start, pick up a lot of KP from the teams that are rotating in and around the area. And with all indications, the ring is going to continue to pull onto Mirage Voyage unless we see a very hard pull coming out from the next zone.
And it's going to be interesting to see what happens here in terms of how they play this with Gibraltar, because they're so used to having a Watson here, and Watson can lock down so many parts of the ship. But when you go and play the ship here, people may not think that you have that much of a presence. However, you do have multiple scouts on Rogue, so that's really good. And their screens are going to tell the tale of what this game's going to have for a majority of the time. You're going to have Complexity and other teams fighting on the edge for the most part, but a team like Rogue is really going to control exactly what's going on over towards the Mirage side. Teams typically set down below here. Another team's going to be over towards the choke. You're going to have multiple teams over towards the house. So it's just a matter of exactly where this is going to pull. It could pull down towards the houses below them on the right side. It could pull down where they're pinging. They're going to have the beacon that they can just continually scan over and over again. And then for 3 purple armors and for rogue drops here, you're going to have a charged up Evo shield in no time.
You can see that they are maintaining presence over here by the beacon, as you were talking about, being able to just keep hitting that beacon to have the information about where the pull is going to be. And that's kind of what this composition does. You've got the Gibraltar throw down the dome shield over here by Fragment, though. We see Frapper helping and Nando actually getting caught out. And I believe that this is Complexity that is getting ready to push in on them right now. Nando is going to go ahead and back off. He knows who that is. As the first kill comes in, Reptar gets the knock, and it's going to be beckoning silence to finish off Frapper. Now they're just down to a duo, but I gotta imagine that Complexity are not going to be putting on the brakes here. They're going to continue to try and chase down this squad.
Oh, he smells blood. He's on the hunt over here. What a weird combo. Charge rifle, double tap, Eva 8. I mean, the guy plays Bloodhound in tournaments, so he's obviously a little bit psychotic. And charge rifle, Eva 8 is not your typical combo, so very interesting to see what he's going to be able to pull off with this one. He's going to want to try to change out his weapons eventually, but charge rifle extremely strong, especially in World's Edge. And I don't think Frapper was expecting to get lasered so hard. Probably lost about 80 to 90 health instantly and just cleaned up. His team was like, screw that, we're out of here. Sorry, Frapper, we'll try to play your tags. It's only zone 1, bro. And they'll gladly take that kill point if they're Complexity.
Now on board with Liquid, who are over here by Lava Fissure, is they're just playing the edge now. Surprising, I don't know exactly where they dropped, so they must have changed something up, because there's no way they went from Geyser all the way up to Lava. And so we'll see exactly what happens. There is a fight pretty close to them, and I think that might be the tech team actually getting in the fight right now over by Drill Site currently, and it definitely is, as Tech hits a nice massive shot, pulls out the 301, and it looks like they will be able to clean up EC here. That's 3 kill points, and that is Tech now the kill leader.
Nice job there from the Crypto. Going to be able to get some armors as well, because you know that somebody had better than gray shields there. Knock with the gold is going to be huge. Double gold, as you see that coming on to Pandas as well. So really stacked on this team, as you have this very aggressive team comp. Big fan of this comp if you're able to pull it off. And Tech, one of the only Cryptos in this lobby. So whenever you're going against him or Complexity, when you see that Bloodhound, you know exactly which team you're facing off against. And they have a superior position here if you're Liquid. This team is just fishing a barrel there. Great shots there. Great grenade coming in. These guys are just absolutely done for down low. You can see that's going to be Z Davis's team. Casper and Liquid just picking up 3 kills here.
Yeah, that was just the kill haul right there for Team Liquid. Easy 3 kills, and this was an isolated fight for them as well. Again, so many teams are still along the outskirts or within Mirage Voyage in that area right now. And so Liquid able to creep up with the wall, with the zone, pick up those kills. And here we go. We're talking about people making adjustments. Matt Pickett's team, Matt Pickett in particular, now on that Watson, playing it here in competitive.
If only Mirage could lay down fences and generators, Matt Pickett would be the best player in the game. Give this man a prowler, see what happens. Had a good time watching his screen in the Deltouche tournament. He had about 6 kills one time, and there was a zone he got stuck in. But there's a huge fight going on with Pickett's team. You can see him hitting a battery right now. All hell breaking loose in this bubble, Jamerson.
Yeah, Rakanishu pushing expertly here, and that's what you want your Gibraltar to push into that bubble. Of course, they have the counter bubble as well, and so that's going to be an easy 3 points for them here, as things did look a little bit dicey for a moment. But hey, that aggression, you have to answer it. They're going to go ahead and swap off armors, really try and maximize things here, as another purple is found. He did get tagged just on that armor swap. Will back off, though, and he should be safe here. And I love how they were controlling the south side as well, as they know a lot of rotation paths come through here for this circle.
What a ballsy play there, dropping the armor and then going and hitting a battery. Must have a decent amount of resources overall, and looks like they're just trying to hold this choke here. Again, once you're playing Edge and once you're playing Gibraltar, you kind of just wait for the same, and you never know if 2 teams end up fighting that are trying to rotate over here. But as long as you could just get in this vicinity as this zone's closing and start to just inch your way towards Mirage, you're going to find out exactly which one of these zones it's going to be, as we take a look at a couple other teams to see where they are set up. And that team right next to Pickett's team would be MVP. And now Tech and the rest of his squad looking for some more fights over towards Train Station, another team that's playing the edge here.
Yeah, they were able to just balloon in from drill site. Looks like there might have been a little bit of a disengage here as the drone is out and he's not spotting anything currently. They're keeping an eye out, but they do spot someone, it looks like to the north, and they're going to try and find him here. They do see him running. There we go. Might be a bit too far for this chase at this juncture.
No chase is far enough, Jamerson. Look at these guys. They jump out of train station. They go over towards the choke. They start rotating over towards this drill site cave area to see what's going on. And another opportunity to drone here. Most likely going to stop in a corner and go try to check this one out, as we do see Joey Blackout's team and Prodigy Aces Fuzby getting in over a fight on the edge. Not in a good spot of the map either. There's so many teams that are going to be postured inside of these buildings. Unfortunately for the teams that are holding over here, trying to get this to pull, it did not pull towards this side. It's definitely pulling heavy on the Mirage side, probably going over towards the choke, underneath Mirage, or even towards the opposite buildings, more on the west side. So they really have to fight their way in here and hope that they don't get third party.
Yeah, they have one right in front of them on top of that rock. Busby's already cracked. He's going to pop that battery, but he's taking so much HP. Dropped down to 25 HP. He needs to hold that for now. Prodigy Ace is holding the front line for his team as well. They've got 1 minute and 20 seconds to work with, and so if they want, this is a very difficult position to get out of. They can just rotate through the train tunnel, and it looks like that is what the option is for themselves.
They may get caught off guard here, though, because you could see the Phoenix coming out, and then they came around the corner, but a couple players going down on this side of the map too. It's going to be Sleepy Panda as the last guy alive. Not sure what happened, but Double O and Glider are left for dead here, and a whole team of 3 just charging over here. Absolutely nothing that Sleepy Panda can do. He's just going to try to get out of here, maybe get like one more placement point if he can, but 13 squads left. Him and his Q and his phase there, most likely not going to happen. And there's Pickett with the Prowler. He don't need no select fire.
Yeah, that's just a beautiful push coming out from Matt Pickett's team. They understand that, of course, they already controlled that choke. There's no one coming from their back. It's just people in front of them right now. They leave the Watson traps there, and now here comes another fight. But it's into the waiting crosshairs of Crummy on the Wraith as he's on the chase for this last person now. And, oh boy, trying to be as slippery as possible, and he's going to pop that Q, but Rakanishu's waiting on the other side of this.
Busting out the wingman shots. Another controller player there is Crummy. Nice job by him. Picking up plenty of kill points on their way over towards Mirage. Gonna have to fight for that choke there, as we still have the weird combo, the shotgun charge rifle combo coming out from Reptar Complexity. They're in a good spot right now, especially again with this charge rifle. Try to get this guy before he goes to the portal, but he has that purple knockdown shield. One of the things about that, though, is that he could potentially just bait the res and then get all of the kill points, but they do want to try to figure out exactly where that portal is. He has a grenade, Nocturnal, if he wants to use it. They know that they're all trapped behind this wall, and the res is also going down. So unfortunately for Nocturnal, he doesn't have the wall hacks like we do, as we see Hal, the last guy alive for TSM, fighting Petty Boss's team, and they go down underneath the bridge. Call Red Hot Chili Peppers.
You know, take a look, the ring just continuing to pull just enough for Rakanishu and his squad to be able to hold this on board with Liquid. Yeah, it looked like, you know, there was a huge crack. I forget who was onto Flanker or Casper. They was trying to go for the full reset. Casper has to back away here, as they do have the EMP about to hit all 3 of them now on board with Dream Team on the east side. This is a different fight taking place now, as Joey Blackout has to drop down. He was up top by himself. We've seen this position before, and it's so difficult to fight out of. Joey Blackout already getting knocked back on board with Liquid, who barely survived this flanker, though. Was able to clutch that out with the help of the rest of his team. And now back on board with Dream Team, as it is just Prodigy Aces alive here as he queues on out. And he does get to safety. He does make it in the top 9 for his team. We'll see how hard he can rat in the final circles.
Any type of placement points that he gets are huge. Nice job by him getting out, but a better job from Complexity to go and still dominate the edge of the map. Taking a look at what's going on with Crummy and his squad. They're getting bullied by the team on top of Mirage. They have to get out of here and try to find a place to sell, and he does so. But look at this. They're in the zone. Great spot here with Pickett on these fences already. Nice job by him setting up the gen, charging up more fences here. They just have to watch the rope over towards their side. And again, this is what we were talking about with this pull here, going heavy either underneath directly towards Mirage, or it's going to end right on these buildings right there, exactly above or below where Pickett and his team are. So both Rogue and Pickett's team in a great spot right now and Rakanishu with 6 kills already. These guys are just racking up the points in game number 1. Could be a big one for them.
Yeah, they're already at 9 kills total for the squad. Remember, we saw Matt Pickett was the kill leader earlier on with 3 kills. Add on that the +6. This is a massive game for them. Well, the other squad that we were talking about in a great position, also Rogue, they only have 2 right now, so they haven't been able to pick up as many kills as we thought would happen. But I think that just comes down to how many more teams are playing Edge here. We're not seeing as many people populating the area surrounding them. Now, again, on board with Rakanishu still. Let's hop on over to Team Liquid right now, who are actually making a push. And we got the Wraith portal. They're considering taking this building here, but they're getting shot by another team. And so you have to be careful in how you traverse this fight.
Yeah, they're going to play the outside, but if Pickett's team looks down over towards where Liquid is, Liquid's going to be forced inside of the building, and they're going to be absolutely screwed. So curious to see if they hear these shots that are going on beneath them or what Liquid's going to do, because they're going to have to take inside fairly shortly. They can't continue to hold this spot. It's too vulnerable. Someone's going to end up getting picked off, and you can see that's what Flanker's thinking. He's looking up top. He's just looking for opportunities to get inside. Smart job by the team inside blocking the door, and that's exactly where it pulls. So unfortunate for Rogue that's not going to be in the circle anymore over towards the Mirage side. And now they realize that they have to probably play over towards this package and underneath the line of sight of where Pickett's team is, which is the right choice, but they could still get lasered if a team goes over towards the beacon and looks over towards the hole exactly where that rope is. So you got to be careful here. Liquid just constantly moving around. Fortunately for them, has gold, about to get that red Evo shield. So they do have solid resources because they picked up a handful of kills on the way. But look who they're dealing with. Complexity right on the other side.
Massive scan. He's got all of his weeklies done now with that one scan here, as he tagged maybe 10 players. Now they're going to continue to take this fight on the outside. It's going to be difficult to try and push in, but Reptar is already in, and so the team has to follow that lead. And again, they are just absolutely surrounded here. And so for a team that was in a kind of vulnerable position, they were playing outside. They already used their Gibraltar bubble, backing away off the nade here. They found a nice little nest to work off of. So you can see Monsoon getting some decent poke damage, but he's got to be careful. His ammo is running down. He's down below 100. Light ammo here as he does get cracked. He has to pop that battery, and they continue to push forward. Now the bubble is down, and this is where you know the Gibraltar team is going to push. The knock is there, though, as the Liquid are getting in on this fight as well. And so the third party you know is going to happen as Reptar is down. It's all just down to Beckoning Silence, who is stuck outside. But it's a whole war zone out here now as the zone starts closing in.
Yeah, even 6 and Wig's team was in on that. About 4 teams collapsing, and Rogue coming in last over towards the top from Mirage side. Now singling out the players over down towards below the rope. Taking the height here on the roof is great. Snipe down, has the ult in his hands, getting ready to throw this. The gen has been broken. Drop just laying down great shots here, but they have to be careful again because there's so many players surrounding. So they're just going to back off, hit the shields, try to evaluate what's going on. And now they realize exactly where they're taking damage from, and they have to avoid the focus here. And look at this, up top still, Pickett and his squad in a great position, locking down this area as all the fighting's happening below them.
They've got the platform to work with as well. There's no reason for them to drop down. Rakanishu's at 7 kills now, and that is massive. This is where they can get maybe even a 30-point game if things go in their favor here. Rakanishu with a decent sight. He's got the R301. This is the distance you want to work at with the R301 as well, and they're getting so much damage across, finding one inside the loot. It's going to be Count Dooku actually to steal that one away, it looks like, as the Gibraltar bubble, as the Gibraltar ultimate does come down. A lot of damage from Rakanishu, but he's not able to convert quite yet. Still, though, it's about getting that first place. It's about getting that +12 for them, as they've already racked up so many kill points.
Crummy with a nice little portal down here, getting some loot, taking some angles, gets the red Evo shield. You can see Dropped has been knocked underneath that area, which you could see Pickett's team in such a great spot to potentially win this one. What a huge game for them, Jamerson. You're right. 30 points could potentially be on the board. Not sure if Rakanishu should. Oh, great wingman shots there from Complexity and Beckoning Science, taking out Sweet. Snipe Down can't do anything besides try to bubble a little bit low there. And then there's the kill coming in, Rakanishu. finishing off a couple of players. Pickett finishing off Snipe down. Longbow coming in from up top there for Pickett. Also has the Prowler. Here comes the zone closing in. They don't even have to leave, as you said, Jamerson. They can just let this fight transpire below them. This should be it for these guys.
It's a 3v3v 1v1 right now in the final 4 squads, but all signs are pointing to Rakanishu, Crummy, and Matt Pickett taking this win, as there it is, the cleanup crew coming out, Monsoon getting finished off, and now it's just Kubsky left, and that is a massive game for Rakanishu, Matt Pickett, and Crummy here, as they pick up 18 kills, and they will hit it. 30 points in game number 1.
That's going to be tough to beat if you're any other team. 30 points, fantastic job by them, just really stopping all other teams from accumulating any points. Great job by, I believe, as you said, Kubsky was the second team there, the second team alive to go and secure their placement points. But that's really all they're going to get, because all the kills going on over to Rakanishu and Pickett's squad. Fantastic job by them. I mean, you couldn't really ask for any better scenario than getting that high ground and watching all of those teams struggle. You look at Complexity's point of view, you look at Liquid's point of view, you look at Rogue's point of view, the best teams in the world all just fighting right down below you, and you're just free to sit up top. Fantastic, fantastic team decision making.
Still, though, for Complexity, the way that they play very edge. They're hunting down teams. They want to take a lot of the isolated fights on the outside. Their team did do well in, of course, securing that kind of win condition. They ended up getting 8 kill points themselves, finishing off 3rd. And so ultimately that gets them plus 15. I believe. And so still a good finish for them, especially for a team that's not really designed to just win it out in the late game, right? It's so much more difficult to fight up against those Gibraltars once you get into the late game without a bubble themselves. But this is a squad that's been trying to refine this style. They're trying to find a new third. I'm not entirely too sure who Beckoning Silence is, but he's slotting in fairly well with a unorthodox composition of all things as well. And so we're going to go ahead and reset the lobby before we get into game number 2, but let's go ahead and talk about what happened there. You mentioned it yourself. It was going to be between Rogue and, of course, Matt Pickett's team there on the high ground. Both of them had positions. It was up to Rogue to really try and bully them out for basically the god spot in that circle.
Exactly, and I'm curious to see why Rogue decided they wanted to heavily drop down to where all the teams were. Maybe Pickett's team bullied them out from the top area, but you would think that having Mirage being able to look down over towards where Pickett's team was, right above that area where the scan was, that could have been their spot. They could have bullied these guys out maybe with their scouts or some shots. So I'm not exactly sure what the decision was. Maybe they portaled off the ship into a spot where they thought they could play on the outside and didn't realize that there's 7 teams down there just within 20 meters of one another. So like you said, Complexity and Reptar hits that scan, and he got all of the weekly, heck, he got all of his challenges for the entire month done just off of that one scan. That's just absolutely ridiculous how many teams were down there. And I don't think Rogue was expecting that, but you couldn't ask for a better scenario there for the winning team.
Yeah, and so congratulations, 30 points. I mean, that's basically already halfway there to taking first. We rarely see teams breaking the 70-point mark through 4 games, the winning teams at the very least. And so this is a great start for them. And was not actually, expecting this kind of really strong start coming out from a team that's changing up a lot of things. Matt Pickett going over to the Watson, really learning how to play that composition, but they played that expertly. I think they played that circle really well. We saw them in the beginning as well, really controlling the south side choke, finding a lot of isolated fights out there, and that's where they early on accrued a lot of those kill points.
Them just securing the spot below the ship was huge, and they didn't have to worry about any contention over towards the choke coming in from thermal station, which I thought was a little odd. And it was just so hot down from those underneath building areas where the circle exactly ended. Again, I just don't think so many teams were expecting everybody to flood that area. There was still a couple of open spots on the map. Pickett's team was probably surprised that they never even got contested for their spot, or maybe they just bullied teams so badly that they pushed and filtered everybody like fish in a barrel down over towards the bottom. But like you said, Complexity with 15 points, you can't overlook these guys. I'm sure that's going to be enough for second place, because I don't think Kubsky's team, Godsent, had enough points to go and secure that. And I think that for how far that circle was, you got to feel good if you're Complexity. You saw them fighting with a shotgun and a charge rifle over towards epicenter side on top center. Next thing you know, they're bopping all the way on over towards Mirage. So that's not an easy rotation. That's fairly far, and we'll see what happens in this next game.
Yeah, we have to remember they ended up getting, I believe, like 9 kill points before they took that spot. So that's 3 teams that they beat out for that position, and so they earned it. It wasn't just given to them; they earned it there. I think one of the other things you have to note is that also you had Rogue in the area, and we know how good Rogue are on the snipers and being able to lock down their position. Even though they're not playing the Watson, teams respect them. They're not going to challenge them for the top of Mirage. And of course, the surrounding areas were basically kept clear by the snipers of Rogue. So Rogue kind of almost their own undoing at that point.
Yeah, and again, Snipe Down not playing Watson is a different dynamic. You're watching a couple more angles. You're a little bit more paranoid in terms of what's going on. And also Snipe Down's shot is going to take a little bit of adjusting to in terms of having that Gibraltar shield and your movement and things like that. When you play Watson, you feel a lot faster. You feel more like a lifeline. You feel more like a Wraith. You have that very short character model. And when you go and play Gibraltar, your movement feels slow, lethargic a little bit, but that's why he's just so powerful in terms of his bubble shield, his defensive bombardment, and also the fact that he takes less damage from just normal shots in general. So I'm curious to see what they do in terms of what is Snipe Down going to play, because Rogue has been so successful on that Watson. You see very often out of these 4 games, Snipe Down will have a bomb with 6, 7, 8 kills, which really just gets the rest of these guys going. So I think it's really key for him to have his shot on, because that's one of his strongest points of his game. He has great decision making and things like that. But it was interesting to me to see them kind of switch it up a little bit. And why not change the strategy, try things out in these weekly tournaments, see if you feel like you're more powerful going in. If not, you could always fall back to what you've been practicing months on.
And you said it yourself, and a lot of the players also kind of agree with the sentiment that this is some of the best practice you can get, especially just before a major weekend where we've got the ALGS going on this weekend. The finals will be played, of course, on Sunday, I believe, which, Tom, you're going to be part of the production. So really excited for that. This is a great time to watch. We're going to take a short break, but when we get back, it's going to be game number 2 of the Esports Arena North American Apex Legends Weekly. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're straight into game here, game number 2, as we are back on board. If we go over to Six's team, actually, we get to even take a look at Team 11 here, who are challenging them once again. And so we asked that at the beginning, whether or not there was going to be this fight for Lava City, and it looks like it will be. As right over at the train station now, peeking out from the stairway, Mike Love is able to get a thermite in, get some good ticks all onto white armors, but Mike Love just stands there with Nice Wig now, has that massive in hand, takes him out, and Here we go. It's going to be the 2v3. They're trying their best, and you got to stop using the nades at this point. You just got to go for the gun battle here. Munz taking a huge crack there, and Six setting up the crossfire. He's got the flank. They are moving in. They know that these kills are for them. This is going to be another +3 very shortly, as it's all down to one player left, and that's another +3 for Six, Nicewig, and Bowser.
Yeah, not really sure what the other team was doing. Maybe they were watching their screens when they died in the previous game, and they're like, we're not really impressed with one of the best teams in the world. We're just going to land on them again. Or maybe they're just in love with these guys and want to continue to fight them because they're huge fans. Not really sure what the plan is right there, but it's a bad one. I would not continue to land on Wig, Six, and Bowser, one of the best team fighting teams. There's a reason that they've won tournaments. There's a reason that they're, very respected. But if you're just trying to have fun, maybe that's it. Maybe if you're trying to practice your Lava City strategies and you're really trying to learn from the best teams in the world, you continue to contest them. But it's better to get somewhere where you're safe landing and work on other parts of your game if you're a newer team than going thinking that you're going to win this 50-50. It's just not going to happen. You stand maybe a 5 to 10% chance. And if that's the case, it's only because RNG and you found better things than they did. So you saw Wig in that fight just stand there like a man on the stairs, didn't care about the grenade that was being thrown, and just double massive to the face to open that fight off. But look, what do you know? Complexity's fighting again.
And we just saw beforehand that was actually TSM that was rotating in from Fragment East to make their way into the epicenter. We saw just for a sliver the map that was actually exposed by them. So this is just going to be a disengage out from both teams right now. If we go over to TSM, back over to Team 1, we'll see exactly what the circle is now. As we can pull up the map, and there it is. It's going to go ahead and pull. So this is actually difficult. Is it epicenter? Is it refinery? It all depends on the poll. And so teams are really going to try and secure a beacon. The unfortunate thing is that there is no beacon in epicenter. And so it looks like TSM are just going to ride the line here, ride this north side ridge line, which is still an incredibly strong position to be able to play.
Okay, since when did Hal take over Path and not play on Wraith? Have I been just zoning out or something like that? Is this new? What's going on here, Jamerson?
I believe this is a little bit more new. This is something that they're trying out. They've tried out in the past before with Hal, of course, on the Pathfinder. Albert Lely also was on the Wraith at that point, but playing this Wraithless composition, it's a little bit different. It's I don't know exactly why they want to do this, but I think they just want a little bit more fighting presence. Having that Gibraltar bubble, also having beacon control is incredibly strong for them as well. But maintaining reps on that Watson is, I think, probably what benefits them most in trying out this kind of compositional change. That Reps is always just such a solid player for the squad that changing up his position would be the most detrimental, I think, for the team.
Yeah, I would think, you can run a couple different things, but might as well see what works for you. As Pubsky goes down, Rogue picking up a couple kills. But let's talk about the circle and some of the powerful positions that are over towards where this rotation is. So top middle epicenter would be great. Bottom center epicenter would be great. Where TSM's holding over towards that hill would be good. And then over towards refinery, you have that loot where these like yellow generators are. And there's that platform, that concrete slab that you can go and hold beneath. And you see a lot of times the zone goes and pulls and ends over there. So I would say those are probably the 4 best spots that you could end up holding for this zone. You could see some other teams maybe rocking over towards Survey that may want to rotate later over towards Epicenter. But if I was any one of these teams with a Pathfinder, if I wanted to set up in the middle of the circle, those are the spots that I would take. As we take a look at another charge rifle this game, charge rifle R9 combo, much more comfortable combo in my opinion than the EVA 8 for Fat Fruit Ninja.
Yeah, a lot of teams really picking up the charge rifle, especially if they have the Evo shield. He's just 1 damage off. That was one tick of the charge rifle that he just wasn't able to hit there.
I'm tilted. Is anyone else tilted?
Oh man, he was so close. But they're going to be able to get into Fragment East, but this is still going to be a difficult kind of task, as a lot of teams are going to be standing in their way up towards Epicenter right now. As you can see, there is the border of the ring. They can stay around here if they want to, and I think the play might just be to play here on the edge, play for this beacon.
Yeah, or you could try to get more north side at the very tip of the epicenter where the rope goes up towards. You could see where he's kind of looking at, right where the icicles kind of poke out. but it looks like they want to stay, hold the beacon, get exactly what this information is going to be. It closes in a minute, as you can see in your top left. The scan will come out any second after that. No Gibraltar, so they're just going to have to risk it, and it's kind of a scary area to hit that if you have the people over on the other side of construction with a scout. But a huge fight here happening as you have Rogue pushing in on the RCO.
And here we go, getting control of that building now. Snipe down is cracked, and he's taking some damage from that thermite as Sweet is on the hunt. They already have the advantage, by the way, in this fight, but now Sweet dropped down to about 40 HP. Drop, though, will be able to brush them aside with that G7 scout. He's got the high ground here, but they might just be able to make it out of dodge. Ooh, 36 for White. But they do get behind cover, and it looks like Rogue want to continue this push, want to try and find the kills here. Again, the early kill points are so important now in how the lobbies play out.
I don't think they're going to be able to continue to chase this. Yeah, they have the scouts, but what's going to happen is they're going to filter these guys into another team, and those kills are going to be gone. And you don't want to go and split up here or overextend, and then a team comes behind you, and then you create this massive fight that you can't get out of, and then you're like, what happened, guys? And they're like, we chased too long, and then your game's over. So they're just going to sit here, hold this area for the next beacon, just like we saw the other team on Fragment side doing. A lot safer for these guys because they have the Gibraltar, and that's exactly what's taking place. So we're going to have great information on where this zone's going to move right now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the map as it comes out now. There it is. It is going to be pulling to the northeast side epicenter over towards the refinery, and so TSM are very happy about this position.
Did you see that ping outside the 3 houses over towards refinery? Maybe over towards the blue trucks, or the trailers, as you may call them, whatever floats your boat. But here's Tech and Rakanishu's team going into a fight. One-on-one fight here. This is secluded. You have the Gibraltar ult coming in. That's going to force everybody directly below them. But you do have someone on the outskirts, not really with his team, so you may get hit with this defensive bombardment. And they go and throw this down as Pickett goes and drops, immediately gets taken out. That's going to be Tech that he's fighting against. The Mastiff just completely letting him down, and that's not what you want to see as the last guy alive charging in as a guy still with full shields. They just get completely mopped. Pickett dropping first. Very unfortunate turn of events for these guys after they had dropped so many freaking points, 30 points in game number 1. I don't think they got any points here in game number 2, so now everybody's opportunity to catch up.
Yeah, not even any placement points here as we're back on board with Rogue. We swap on over. Snipedown's the one that's in the fight here. He's got the G7 scout, did some decent damage, forced out a defensive bubble, which is massive for a Gibraltar team. If they want to, they could just go ahead and bubble forward, and it looks like they are going to charge. Sweet setting up a nice cross angle here with the G7 scout himself tagging them down, and they are ready to just finish this fight off as the Gibraltar ultimate comes down from the other side, I believe. As actually, no, that was Snipedowns, but they're not going to be able to actually pick up the kills here. They do see a team out in the distance as Sweet's going to go ahead and back away. Chase down into the low ground could be dangerous, so I agree with them to stop the hunt right here.
Curious where Rogue finds all of these scouts every single game with the perfect scopes, but Snipetown's caught in a position, a whole team charging over there. That's going to be 6 teams. Snipetown taking out Bowser with the Prowler. You can see dropped there in a shotgun battle. Pathfinder on Pathfinder. Epic battle, but Nicewig takes this one up close, and now it's up to Sweet and Snipedown, both with blue armor. Snipedown with very low health, not able to connect on those shots. Sweet not able to take down Wig, and now they're going to try to get something desperate here with an armor swap potentially.
Yeah, it was a 2v2, and that's a desperately needed one. Now he doesn't have his bubble for another second, but he'll be able to get the reset. Instead, he stands and holds his ground. It's not enough. Nicewig is right on top of him, but as he drops down, 6 will go down, but Nicewig clutches it up, and they will be able to survive. They have lost Bowser, but there is the respawn beacon right here for them. Are any teams in the area to take advantage? It doesn't look like it, and so Team Yeet Squad might be able to just be able to completely reset on this.
How nice is it for Bowser to die, and you have 4 boxes right where this res beacon is. Got to be careful of a team like TSM or somebody in the vicinity that's going to go and charge over here, but they may get punished if they charge because you're going to have so many armor swaps on this side. As we take a look at Knock, Tech, and Pandas as they just took out the team that took first in the previous game. A lot of aggression going on over towards the Fragment side, and they say, hey guys, we can see this building is in this 3-story area. When we get over towards that, try to reset, get the drone, get some information. Knock's in trouble, and they need to get in there ASAP.
Yeah, they have been able to get in there, and it's going to be Team AMG We have them in their sights. Another squad is in this area, though, and so that's stopping the push for now. And so Noct should be able to full heal. Sleepy Panda tries to continue that push, barely gets into his Q in time with about 2 HP left. He does have the wall to work with, and now, oh, the shoe is on the other foot as the EMP comes out. Gibraltar Ultimate's going to go down as they try to slow down this push. All the cooldowns used here, and it was actually Crook's team that came in for that. They're not pushing off of that, but they do have another team at their pack. It's Panders that goes down as they try to take advantage of this. Crook now dropped down to 52 HP. He gets hit by a huge nade, and now Tech and his squad looking to finish this off. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, though. And they've got to be careful. There's another squad that's full up and ready. It's AMG coming in for the third party, and it looks like they will be the beneficiaries of this team fight.
He's like, oh, look how free these kills are. Where did the other guy go on this team? I guess I'm just going to go and armor swap for free, right? Wrong, a whole nother team climbing up. That's why Tech dipped out. He's playing Crypto, so he may be able to get the banners inside of his drone, but there's just so much pressure on this side. Don't think it's going to happen. Has to completely melt this guy, and he does. So Ava's going to have to drop down. You can see Tech just going back and forth, trying to find a way to go. He does get a knock, and is he going to be able to take this 3v1? I highly doubt it. Does get the Thirst, completely screwing over EC's game. Now they have to find a res point, and they don't have their Wraith to go and hit the portal. So nice job there from Tech, just making something out of nothing, getting an extra kill point. We'll see if that comes and helps them in the overall placings, but that's not what you want to have happen with 15 squads left when you just got done steamrolling a couple teams, and it looks like you're about to win another team fight. Is that third party coming in, crypto on crypto action. They were not expecting so many teams to be over there, but now let's see what's going on. Is a lot of teams really starting to make their push over towards this refinery area. A lot of teams starting to know exactly where this one's going to be. Now we see the first caustic that we've seen so far, and that's going to be Borton, Z Davis, and Stooney setting up on the top side of refinery, which isn't a bad spot, but they are going to have to make a portal play eventually.
Yeah, as the zone closes, we'll find out in 37 short seconds where the ring will pull away to. But holding here on the high ground, definitely it is strong. It looks like there might be another team to contest on the other side of the building, which is normally what happens. But now back on board with AMG, who are already in another fight here, but they've got the low ground. This is going to be difficult. Nade comes out as they look to swing to the left. Panda setting up an angle from the right, and he does have it. Spots one out, doesn't connect though. So it looks like this fight just might fizzle here as that team just completely gave up the high ground against them. And they're not really under pressure from the ring anymore. It's going to be close quarters here as the R301 is pulled out from Glider. Did some decent damage, but he's cracked now, has to back away. Does have his bubble to work with, but there it is. It's going to come out. They're going to go for the reset. The team needs to push right now. They're going to try and take advantage. He's only got one cell off as he drops down into that EVA 8, and he's not connecting. Finally hits with the 69, but it's Panda from behind. Nice swig, and 6 will finish them off. They love taking these aggressive fights on the edge, and this is what I like to see out of 6, Nice Wig, and Bowser.
It was just an early bubble, and also no battery was the big difference maker. If the Gibby's able to hit a battery, that's going to be a different story. But as soon as they see that bubble down, they realize that they're weak. They probably are limited on resources. They make an aggressive play, push in. Bowser goes down first, which isn't the end of the world because he doesn't even get thirsted, and they pick up some more kills. So really feeling themselves over towards the epicenter side of the map as we have some more action going on, this time between Noble and the team over on Refinery.
Yeah, that's complexity. You already see the ping coming out as the Bloodhound is able to get the information. Monsoon with the knock and the thirst onto Blitzen here as Onmu and Vayne are just struggling to find an angle to work with as they're just trying to stem the bleeding. They're at 11 squads left. They just want to survive for as long as possible here as we do see that ring pull. The building is in here on the western side of Refinery. Complexity. They want to find these kills. The early game didn't really work out for them. So many teams kind of converged on their area, and they weren't able to take the isolated fights that they generally like to do. And so now they're trying to use these buildings. They're trying to use these corridors to find the teams to get the kills that they've been missing out on.
Great position here being on top. No one was expecting this to pull so hard over here. And I believe this one's going to end right directly in front of them on the south side, kind of where this yellow, like, giant crane looking thing is. So I want to see what's going to happen. in terms of where that circle exactly does pull, because I can't remember. I thought it was going to pull over towards the buildings, and that's why you see so many teams set up in that area. They thought it was going to pull there too. So now Six, Bowser, and Wig, the hottest team in the lobby right now, trying to figure out exactly where they're going to go and set up at, because if they wait too long to rotate, they're just going to get completely beamed, and that's exactly what they do. They rotate with the zone here, pushing it over towards the outside of the building. Wig needs to hit a bat immediately. Instead decides he wants to hit a Phoenix. Does have time, is just going to continue to push on the edge here, and they could just set up right in this little cubby if they wanted to with the Watson and put that gen right in between those giant blue containers. As TSM, they haven't been able to find much action because they've been very early towards the circle. This is the first action we've seen. It's going to be Alberley with the R9 massive combo.
Yeah, I don't know how that team didn't hear them above him, but Alberley got so much unanswered damage now, and he's just basically taking 1v3. Finally, the rest of TSM show up, and that should be the easy team fight for them. TSM have had control of this north side of the zone the longest time now. There's a team, though, contesting from the east, back on board with Z, Davis, Borton, and Stunny, as they do have to back away here, controlling one of the lower parts of the building. They've got the caustic. They're trying to make it to the late game. The ring pulls away from the building. They can make this work. So now with 8 squads left, 21 players remaining, things are coming down to the wire.
Definitely. In terms of team composition, this is the comp that you want. Nice headshot there from Borton. But this is the team composition that you want. And we talked about holding this area right here. This concrete slab is very strong because a lot of zones end directly here. So this zone going to end right outside Refinery in the open. I really like the Gibraltar Caustic combo here because a Gibraltar team is definitely going to want to get into this area with the bubble, throw down the defensive bombardment, but not a lot of people are going to be able to deal with this Caustic. So it's up to Borton to really be able to do something for his team here because they have a huge advantage compared to these other teams. Complexity, they have to come in as late as possible. R9 Scout here, not the best combo, wishing that he probably had a Mastiff, but here's TSM's fight to go and try to win this top area and have the high ground over this rotation.
Yeah, this is going to be massive. They need to win out this position as the ring is closing in on them right now, as Alberley keeps an eye on the low ground. He pings it, knows that they are down there somewhere. As we swap back on over to Complexity, the middle of this fight now. This is Z Davis's team, I believe. They're just stuck inside that corner right now as the Wraith, once he leaves that queue, gets taken down. That's going to be Monsoon picking up FPS Vayne. Never mind, that was Unmu's squad. But take a look at that. The cockroaches coming out from the wall. Z Davis, B Borton, all of them just getting finished off. And their composition not able to make it to the late game. Complexity picking up so many kills in a lobby that started off very slow for a team that really wants to start off hot in the beginning now. Monsoon does have to be careful, pops that Q just in time to stay alive for now. It's TSM and Imperial Hell on the high ground, set up with a great angle to take advantage in this final 3 squad situation.
Hell very low on resources. You can see doesn't have any more syringes or med kits. Gonna have to just try to recharge from this gen here. Have multiple players that are weak, and as I was saying, that little yellow area would have been a great spot for any one of these teams to hold, but it doesn't seem like anybody got that intel so early. As Alberley there with the Mastiff putting in work, takes out Complexity. Here's the final team fight, Jamerson.
It's the 2v3 now. Six and Bowser are the only ones alive as Nicewig has gone down and he was thirsted. We saw on the kill feed here. TSM, though, still playing this cautiously. They want to make sure they secure the extra +3 with however many extra kill points they can get here. That would be 5 more points. They win this out now. As again, that crossfire set up. They do have the slow side of the zone to work with as well. So everything working against Six and Bowser, who are just pinned down. Look at Hal with a beautiful crossfire position set up on the right. Alberley is going to go ahead and push aggressively forward. Hits him in the legs with that Mastiff, but the trade is good for him. They have the numbers advantage. They will be able to finish this off unless the miracle happens here by Six. And it looks like he might have been able to do it. No, Reps with the wingman will finish it off. And TSM take the win. +12 with an additional 9 points in kill points.
Six almost went absolutely bananas right there. Great job by Reps, though. Not panicking, not worrying. Had the shield there in front of his teammate. The knockdown shield uses that one. Still had plenty of armor left. Just needed to hit a couple of wingman shots. That's exactly what he does. But, man, hats off to Complexity. Hats off to Wig, Bowser, and Six for getting that far. What a crazy game. Not a lot of people are predicting that circle to end out in the middle of the open like that. About 3 or 4 or 5 different spots that one could end, but it ends up being TSM taking first, and Hal being like, "Told you, bro. Let me be on Pathfinder. We'll win."
Yeah, it's been a lot of growing pains for TSM in the last few months, as you know they hit almost kind of like peak consistency and then fall right back down. But now it looks like they are starting to get into a rhythm, and this was a really good game for them. 9 kill points along with a plus 12. But also we have to talk about how well Nicewig, Bowser, and Six did in that game, as they ended up picking up 14 kill points. And so that makes up the point difference in the placements that they were not able to actually get here, finishing off in second place. So that was a huge game for them, as well as Complexity, who started off really well in the last game. The first game they ended up getting third. Here they got third as well, but they put 8 points once again. So that's going to be 2 15 games in a row for Complexity. Now, we'll have the updated scoreboards and everything for you guys after the break, though. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have the second half of the North American Apex Legends Weekly right after this.
I got the silence, may I stay alive? Extended man, let it stop. I got the silence, may I stay alive? Extended man, let it stop. Ooh, let the 301 home as the bullets of the chest and the yammer falling off, oh God. All the gas making you cough, and the guts when I drop. If your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, what you move, you a bob. What you fade like a thought, slow down, what I bang. What you life, what you train, never get enough the train, never drop another game. Yo, yo, yo. I got the silence, never seen a light. Extended man, let it stop. I got the silence, never seen a light. Extended man, let it stop. I got the silence, never seen a light. Extended man, let it stop. I got the silence, never seen a light. Extended man, let it stop.
A little highlight reel doesn't quite get the pick with good shots nonetheless. The watch is very low up top. He's going to go for an armor swap, but it's empty. And he gets knocked trying to get the armor swap off. It was empty. Doesn't get it. Casper literally sitting on 3 HP and gets picked. And it looks like they're just going to be looking for self-reses here. TSM might have the second place.
Moving in as the ring advances onto them. That's going to be great for him. Instead, the drop down here.
Yeah, Psychop realizes, of course, with that good headshot that he got, having that skull piercer, he was able to deter that team that was just south of him. So he goes for peek now, but he might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Has to get inside here as his armor's almost cracked. But Krema is still up top, trying to get some damage on him. Sati through the window, getting a knock on to Rugby now, pushing up on top. Psychop with the wingman, having a little bit of difficulty, but he hits that last shot. Will be able to finish off Otter. That's nasty Otter and Epsilon Ring. They need to be able to clear this team out. They've only got 27 seconds to do it, but good damage coming up from...
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Weekly Apex Legends Tournament here, of course, brought to you by Esports Arena. I'm JetSetJamerson, and of course, I've got Tom Tsquared Taylor helping me break down all the action this evening. Let's just go ahead and talk about what's happening on the leaderboard, Tom.
Yeah, I don't have the leaderboard in front of me, but I can already tell you off the top of my head, you're going to have Rakanishu's team up there, Complexity is going to be up there, TSM is going to be up there. You're going to have Rogue kind of floating around somewhere in the top 7 area, but it's still anybody's game. We saw, again, lots of points being put up by a handful of teams, but a couple of these teams really starting to rise over towards the top, the teams that I named. And, you know, it's been really impressive so far seeing some of the adjustments being made, especially by TSM, not having any kill points early in that game too, just keeping it patient as TSM normally does, working away from top epicenter all the way down, using that height advantage the entire time, sticking together, not dropping any players. And again, 6 at the end of that game, almost clutching it too. And that 2 versus 1 would have been fantastic. But they're heating up Wig and these guys over towards Lava City. I'm curious to see if they're going to get contested again by the other team. They've mopped this team twice in a row. That's 6 free kill points on over to them and some confidence and some warm-up shots going forward. So it's really anyone's game, but the teams that I named so far definitely picking up the momentum.
Yeah, that was so close to being an additional +6 for them, but they picked up so many kill points there that despite not taking the win, I believe that they had the point advantage in the last game. And there we go. We have it. The leaderboard is up. Thank you very much, production, for helping us give visual to what we're talking about. But yeah, so Team Unknown, we saw that was that 30-point game number 1. Winners end up getting that. But Complexity, with 2 consistent 15-point games in a row, are tying them right now. The only thing separating them is that first place finish for Team Unknown. And then, of course, in game number 3, Yeet Squad, we saw 6 nice weekend. Bowser having 2 solid games in a row. They've got 28 points under their belt. TSM, though, taking that victory in game number 2, put them squarely in the top 4.
Yeah, these teams 5 through 8, Abusement Park, Technominions, TBD, and Liquid, they're going to have a big game here because you could see a decent amount of points on the board for the top 4. Pretty big drop off after their Jamerson. And I bet 9th through 20th is the same way. Everybody really scrunched in there, but we know everybody fighting for that top 3 area. So TSM, even though they got the dub and a decent amount of points in the previous game, didn't have a hot game 1. And that's what led to them being in 4th place right now. So it's all about dropping these kills early right now. A lot of people dying on these rotations. A lot of teams still contesting at these hot drops, which I find is very interesting. If you continue to just throw your games away again, if you're dropping over towards Lava City, I don't recommend that. I don't think that's a very good idea. But again, we're going to see what's going to happen. Surprisingly to me, we don't see Rogue on that top 8 when they've been towards these tail ends of the game numerous times. They're not able to pick up the kill points. They're also not able to pick up the placement points. And I think that's probably been the most surprising thing for me, considering the caliber of their team and also the way that we've seen these games unfold.
Yeah, Rogue, it looked like they went out in 16th place, so they did not get any placement points in that last game. So things slowing down just a bit for them. But we know how consistent they can be. They can take 1 bad game, but taking 2 bad games, that's where things look really bad, especially in this shorter format. Remember, this does not follow the traditional ALGS format, which was 5 games, is now 6. We're only 4 games. So we're already halfway there as we are now loading into game number 3. Thank you all for waiting at home for our 1K weekly here. The second half is ready to get underway. And so hopefully we can start off with TSM. They are still dropping over at Fragment East, and their game plan is still the same. Get that beacon and then make the play for the center. Find a really good position to control and get those kill points.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bon Jovi said it best. We're halfway there, living on a prayer. So a lot of these teams going to need that going forward here. And I really like the way TSM played that. Hal has tons of experience playing ranked on Pathfinder, not a ton of scrim experience, not a ton of tournament experience, but one of the best players in the world. He's going to be able to adjust. You saw some great plays in terms of taking Pathfinder angles, and a great shot by Albarelli at the end of last game with that Mastiff too. If he wasn't able to hit so cleanly onto Bowser in that 3-on-2 situation, we could have been looking at a different scenario with 6 in his squad taking the dub. But I gotta say, I'm very impressed with Nice Wig in a lot of these fights too. Got to show some love on over to Wig. He really won 2 or 3 of those fights for the team. Great effort overall from the squad, but he's definitely outputting a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's been some massive fights, and he's been doing his job, right? He's been standing there getting really strong damage across, and he's been a huge contributor in a lot of the fights for them, especially for that last game, as it looks like they were able to pull up the beacon. So let's go ahead and take a look at the map that TSM have been able to get for us, and, well, there they go. They got a Fragment East circle. It is going to go ahead and continue to pull around them.
That's great for TSM, already predicting where this circle is going to be. They're going to be able to loot this without having to worry. They do have to only worry about the other team on the Fragment side, but really this is best case scenario for these guys. Playing Pathfinder, being able to set up inside of the building, pick whatever building that they want. And it doesn't look like they're being contested quite yet because we've seen them fight this early in the game already. So it looks like the other team has backed off. They're going to respect that. Gold barrel coming out from Wig. And Prodigy Aces and the rest of his squad, Dream Team, fighting with Noble, former Noble, on the Dome side, continuing to contest 50-50 over and over again. This is the tournament spot for both of these teams. So they're trying to really establish who's going to be the team that comes and takes it when it comes down to the ALGS, or will they just continue to just go and punch each other in the mouth?
It's Onmu and Vayne that are just alive, but there we go. Joey Blackout hits that wingman shot, takes out Vayne, and it looks like they should be able to clean this one up. It's just Onmu surviving right now. He does have a purple armor, and he's trying to hit the res. I didn't hear it, so it looks like he might actually be able to get it off here. No, it's the thirst, excuse me, is the finish coming up from Busby.
Sounded like a Watson res, but really was just getting hit with the finisher. Now on the opposite side of the map, it's going to be Joey Blackout versus, I believe, Amu inside of this bubble. The Havoc coming in. Amu picking up 2. Is he going to be able to find the 3rd? Still has some armor left. Switching on over the Prowler. Great burst fire shots. Going to have to reload. Actually has a select fire on that one. All coming down to Amu here. Not able to take out Busby. Almost a 3v1 there as Liquid getting in a huge fight with Sleepy Panda squad. It's going to come down to Flanker, very little HP with the Scout onto the Pathfinder. It's going to be a 1 HP versus 1 HP battle here. Going to go for the thirst and the armor swap. Smart play. Does have to reload. Does get the armor here very shortly. Has to move away from his teammate. It's just a white armor though, as the Pathfinder is going to be above healing. So faking the res, or is he going to hit this one, Jamerson? He's going to be a fake because the player falls over towards the door. This is intense for Liquid. As you know, they're in a top 8 scenario right now, so getting these kill points is going to be huge.
And they went down early on in game number 2, and so they need to survive here. They're going to answer thirst for a thirst, as right now, Flanker still hasn't been able to secure any kind of heals whatsoever, so this is all he's working with. He's got about 80 HP possibly total here up against AMG. We're just down to 00, and now 00 looks like he's looking for anything here as we swap on over. TSM making their move on towards Scurry as he's gone down. As Imperial Hell wants to continue this chase. Here we go. Alberlele will be able to finish him off. He's got that R9 in hand, looking for more. Back on board with Liquid. It's that purple armor that he did not want to see. Flanker will go ahead and drop that down because this is all the heals he's got. He still needs to recover Nocturnal, who's been bleeding out this entire time right now. AMG in trying their best, but now back on board with TSM as Imperial Hell's gone down. Reps pushing into this bubble, gets tagged, does have to be careful. He gets the knock, but no, it's going to be Reptar actually who brings him down. Alberlele now here on the flank as he's got the EVA 8. He gets the first one. Now we'll be able to finish off this fight. It seems like another team might be coming in on this as Reptar has to back away himself as he was thinking about going for that res, but no. He's going to check the angle first. Now, there we go. He will be able to get Beckoning Silence back into this, and that is going to be TSM out.
Unfortunate for TSM, taking a fight instead of setting up inside of Fragment. They get a little bit greedy, try to rotate over towards Drill Site side. Maybe they weren't trying to set up in Fragment and thought that they could go and hold a better power position, but they weren't expecting to die this early into the game. So maybe a little too aggressive for TSM, and their fans not too stoked about that one. As Flanker looks like he finally won that epic fight against 00. Has both of the banners as well. Gonna go on over towards the back of Geyser. Picks up the purple armor off of 00's body. And welcome back to the game, Team Liquid.
Yeah, and so it doesn't look like any teams are ready there to challenge them. As we swap on over, it's Drix, Rated R, and Crook. We're holding this position here, and this is one of those squads, of course, you know, running the edge composition. They don't know exactly where the circle is going to end, but they really want to just try and find some fights. If we take a look at the map right now, we can tell that there is a squad they're pinging to their southeast, but it looks like they're just not ready to fight quite yet. Crook does get cracked back on board with Complexity as they've taken another fight here on the east side of Fragment East. It's going to be Borden going down, and Monsoon with some style while bouncing away from that Arc Star. Easy +1 for them.
All calculated style points up the wazoo there for Monsoon, getting away from that Arc Star. Fantastic movement from him. Great portal play as well. Always want to set that portal down whenever you're going to third party or initiate any type of fight, especially early in the game when you don't need it to rotate over towards the zone. So heads up play by him, and Liquid just going to try to re-loop, but they got some people kind of coming up into their territory here, rotating over towards the left side of Geyser. Nocturnal not able to find an armor yet. Casper doesn't have any resources. Flanker doesn't have any resources either. If they're smart, they're going to back away here, go through the tunnel, and try to find some sort of cells. But once you get tagged and someone calls you out with any armor, you're basically screwed here. And it's going to be Bowser. Yeah, this team is going to be very aggressive. This is going to be a fight for sure, Jamerson.
Yeah, we have to remember that during that 1v1 that was taking place, that entire time, they were just swapping armors. So every armor that was left in a death box was just one that was emptied out. And so Nocturnal's not going to be able to find anything here. 6 finding the angle here. He's already indoors with them. He's trying to poke and prod. Every damage that he gets across is something that's not going to get healed up. They really don't have much on the side of Liquid now as 6 is in this 1v2. But it's once again Nicewig and Bowser getting the first 2 knocks. Bowser looking to clean this up, and Liquid go down. No placement points, only getting the +3 from kill points in this early fight.
Super unfortunate for Liquid that they just had all of their resources taken on that Geyser side. Nicewig and his team going to be able to be the beneficiaries of that, rotating on over from Lava City. We know they've gotten contested the first 2 games. Not so this time. Free loot and then free kills later on as we take a look at what the Dream Team is doing, and they're rotating over towards the choke to get into the fragment area. Still not a lot of teams postured up over there. With a Watson, you should be able to get something, but you're gonna have to make a portal if that's going to be the case. Keep in mind, we did see behind Dream Team is where that fight took place, and the Kraber is going to be in the hands of Bowser and 6. So you got to watch out for that as they come and try to rotate from behind. That's why Vuzby is being smart, putting down some Watson fences as he has the gen in the perfect place, so he can go and just try to get those charges up as fast as possible.
Surprising part is that they didn't take the fight. They were in the area. They could hear everything, but they didn't see the trades. They knew that there were no trades. There was not a safe third party, so I like that they were able to at least pull away from this and not overstep their bounds here. They're just going to go ahead and control the choke for now. A lot of things are going to slow down. We've had a very fast early game. As we're already down to 15 squads, 43 players remaining, which is what we're used to seeing by the end of this zone or by the end of the next zone. And so a lot of space still left on the map because there are just so little teams actually still alive.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That teams are really starting to tighten up here once this circle starts to close because they want to try to get a big game here. This is a swing game for a lot of these teams. Again, top 4 teams, just such a differential in points from the rest of the pack here. And TSM being taken out early really opens up a spot for the rest of these squads. Just like Rogue was looking to have their first big game, they're going to go and push on over towards, I believe this was the Crypto team that was inside of the base. So if they're able to open up with any damage here, that's going to be big for them. It's not going to be the Crypto team. Great longbow shots there coming up from Sweet, but they're going to back off here, go over towards the choke. Maybe they had some intel that another team was rotating around, but look at the armors coming in from Bowser, 6, and Wig. Double perps and a gold.
Yeah, remember, they got at least 1 purple off of the Geyser fight that happened here. But with the rotation through the vault, they were able to make it through. They have a team in front of them. Not entirely too sure who that is right now. There's actually 2 squads over here at No Name. And, you know, no teams really have the information that the circle is going to be pulling this way. But here they are right now. As 6, he did get a knock earlier. We saw with this Kraber onto Petty Boss, but I believe they were able to recover him and get him right back up. And so things have slowed down. He wants to try and find this first crack. We see other fights taking place across the board. It's over here at Construction at Fragment West where the action is taking place. Noct was the final member alive for his team, and they will go down.
That's going to be Crummy, Pickett, and Rakanishu, the game 1 winners with 30 points on the board, adding some more. And again, keep in mind, TSM was in the top 4. I believe they were in 4th. They died early this game. More opportunities from the rest of these teams. It was a fragment circle. That's where they dropped. Very unfortunate for them. But Rakanishu and the unknown squad are going to be able to milk some more points and put them on the board. As I do like this little setup coming in from these guys. Taking that building, setting the gen in the right spot. But we have a Gibby bubble going down very shortly here. And there it is as the team starts to push in. over towards this choke, leading into where the circle is going to be. There's a lot of teams over there. Got to be careful, though, Jamerson.
Yeah, we saw Rogue was on the flank for this one, and we'll see if they can move in time. There have been no trades so far, and so I'd be surprised if Rogue actually come in on this. And so it looks like this will just be a free fight for Crook, Drix, and OSO. But now, you might have found the final player here. They still need to recover, though. They're not in a completely safe spot. I think they should take this moment instead of hunting for an extra KP to just get the loot and heal up.
Yeah, or just hit that health kit like you're saying, because I'm starting to get anxiety in case he actually runs into the zone, or maybe just something bad happens, like he runs into a random caustic trap, and next thing you know, he's down, and then there's a rat somewhere around the corner. It's just not the play if you're also rated R. And does grab a purple armor, does hit that med kit. They finally are safe. I can finally breathe. They can loot in peace. Good rotation for them playing this Gibby Crypto combination. They're going to have to use this Crypto drone to scout out exactly which choke they're going to push through, because there's going to be teams in either one of these. And if that area is free, you got to assume that you're going to have more ground to make up because you are so far from the zone. But Borton, his respawn is timed out. Only a 2-man squad there, and this is one of the chokes that we're talking about that is taken. And now Rogue is going to still hold this down with the scout, but also advance in the front so they can find out where they want to go after that. So curious to see what's going to happen with the team that was behind them, but you do have multiple players in front of them, so they're a little bit distracted now. This team that was behind them on the Crypto could get lucky if they decide to push at this moment.
Yeah, it looks like they might actually just be a sandwich, though, as they decided to push to the west-hand side. It took a little bit of storm damage, and so it's going to be a race to see who can pick up these kill points on this sandwich team right now. They're pushing forward, and it's going to be dropped with a decent R9 spray. They've got the high ground to work with. There was someone on his right, and I don't think he sees him. He's hunting for the Watson, will back away as this team is calling to play a little bit safer. They know that there's another team in the area, and Rogue, they need to have a solid game here. They cannot throw another one, as we saw how tight the top 4 were. And so they're just going to go ahead and back away and play this much safer.
I feel like he could throw a nice little ult right here on top of that bubble. That's exactly what Snipedown's thinking. Great minds think alike. Great job, Eric. Right when that bubble's about to go down, you throw that ult. Not sure if they have a Watson here. Here's more action over towards the 3 bins area, which is a very hot spot in terms of rotations coming in from the fragment side. There was about 3 teams on this rotation. Taking a look at another fight that's happening. It's going to be Rakanishu, Crummy, and Pickett, the unknowns, currently tied for first place, trying to find out exactly how they're going to approach the team on the roof.
Yeah, big Gibraltar ultimate coming out here, doing a lot of damage to the team up top, but Rakanishu now, he was able to buy space for his team by the time they're on top of the beacon building. So you saw one person peeking out from the stairway now. Rakanishu with the massive has to be careful as a team across the way did some decent damage to him. He does have a lot of economy to work with, along with this Watson generator. Back on board with Rogue, it looks like they are finally ready to take this fight on the southwest side here, as Drop got the bubble with him, and he's going to go ahead and push forward. They've got the knock, Snipe down, getting the kill onto Osa Rated, and Count Dooku going down along with Crook. They will be able to pick up these kills. Excuse me, that was Matt Pickett that picked up the kill on Count Dooku. But finally, Rogue are getting the will be able to get the fight that they look for and put some kill points on the board for themselves. Again, they need to play catch up here in game number 3, as we are now on board with Complexity, eyeing out No Name here as the circle does continue to pull this way.
Yeah, and that's why TSM started to push over towards this way in the beginning, but I'm shocked to see that they rotated this way and then doubled back over towards the epicenter side, because they had one of the fastest rotations over towards this circle, and they're notorious for being able to predict these things and get into the right spots. So now Complexity and the rest of these squads are going to try to take advantage of that. Complexity, another team that's inside of the top 4. Great armors here, great positioning. I believe this one could end either one of these houses. They're trying to ping these spots where they think it's going to end. Sometimes it ends on the respawn beacon area. I don't think that's going to be the one here. I think it's going to end outside of one of these houses, maybe where the 3 pills do respawn. And you can see so many teams posturing over towards the side. Big fight happening over towards the blue truck.
Oh no, Clayton's already lost one as he was trying to go in with the lurk on that nade. He did get the flank, but now he's in trouble. He had the PK, but he didn't do enough damage as he backs away, dropped down to below 25 HP. Rambo, well, you know, what a name to have when he's got the devotion in hand. as he's pinged out, and Complexity might be ready to come in for the third party here. They've got the flank, they've got the angle set up now as they push up. Plane's gone down, a nice little sliver to work with as Monsoon will be able to pick up that Thirst, and Reptar with the Beast of the Hunt will have to back away here as they need to save Beckoning Silence. They're going to go ahead and port him out as the fight continues out. They should be able to get the res safely.
Yeah, it depends on if everyone's looking at that with the scout, if they saw where the portal's going. I like that heads-up portal play. Rotations coming in, a big fight happening again over towards the no-name area, and there's that team from behind. Monsoon going to have to hit his phase, find out exactly where they are safe. Is it going to be this blue truck? It is. So getting into that spot going to be huge for Complexity. I believe that spot is also in the zone, as the rest of these teams trying to figure out exactly how they're going to approach this situation. It's going to be two teams inside of the top 4 right now, duke it out over towards this blue truck. It's going to be Complexity taking on Unknown in a big fight any second here.
We still have Yeet Squad alive along with Team Rogue, and so every single top 4 member still in it, as now Snipedown is going to go ahead and push forward, backs away as he saw the 3 men ready to peek. He did a lot of damage, and he's one of the best burst prowler players out there, and we're seeing why. He did so much before he went down. That's going to be another +3 for Rogue on board with Team Unknown as they're trying to continue to push onto Complexity, but they haven't been able to find the fight quite yet. Nice little angle there through the fences as I believe that might be Yeet Squad on the other side of the fence. Things going to slow down just a little bit, but here's the portal play coming out. I wonder exactly where they want to take this.
Yeah, I like this positioning from the Unknowns. They can just continue to hold this fence. I like that they didn't get too aggressive on the other side. Now they're going to go over towards the roof. Really smart play, heading above, looks like Kubsky, Sumo, and K-Bay. So I do think that they're going to be fairly safe on this roof for quite some time. Based on the team below them's armor, fairly weak. So if they do try to push out of this building and contest, I feel like they're going to get lasered from above. And they're going to have to make a portal play. It really comes down to Kubsky doing something here. As again, great shots from Snipedown in that previous fight. As you said, one of the best prowler players, really opening that up for Rogue. Their best game so far in the tournament, in the finals at least. And again, they're a team that's on the high ground. So you're going to have a couple teams playing roofs here, and they're going to have the big advantage. It's just a matter of trying to force these teams out with grenades just like that. Also just some long range fire to try to filter these guys down below to try to get some kills. Crummy picking up a kill on a Beckoning Silence. That's going to be somebody on a Complexity, and that's huge. As you can see, the portal starting to come out here, and all the teams starting to rotate as this circle's closing.
Yeah, and that's a huge pick-off for Matt Pickett's team, as they were looking for that safe rotation in, and that's looking like they've got it here. Complexity getting cleaned up, and that's going to be split between our top 3 teams here. That's massive, as the leaderboards were so close heading into game number 3 here. Snipedown keeping him locked on in. Kibei will go down as dropped, surviving with just a little bit of HP. He will take some storm damage, but Rakimishu has to be careful here. He's got a nice little angle to try and get the R301 spray down, but not too much health and not too much ammo. Yeah,
if he ults that, they're big chilling. I'm surprised he hasn't used that yet. I would ult that and advance. Man, he needs to ult that immediately. If he ults that and then advances with a bubble, they're going to be big chilling, but instead he just eats a ton of grenades. They do have the bubble down, the res popping off as well, but that would have been a huge turn of events for them. They get the Gibby bubble down on the Rogue side, and here's 6 Bowser and Nicewig posted up inside of the winning building right now, basically in the perfect position. Other teams going to try to take the roof. That's what they're worried about, and that's why Bowser just going up there, big brain, big ball play, going up there and just as a Watson taking over one of the most dominant positions, because you don't want that team Rogue to go and shoot that zip line across and try to take your position away from you. So 30 seconds here, all coming down to the decisions that these teams make. Great shots from Bowser.
Bowser hitting that heady with that wingman. Imagine if he had, of course, the skull piercer on him. Very unfortunate for the squad now, as we are down to our final 5 squads, and we can see that there's only 13 players remaining. And so that's Rogue down to a duo currently. We've got RCO's Nando and Helping that are down to a duo as well. Full 3s, that's going to be Crummy Rakanishu and Matt Pickett, along with Yeet Squad and Scurry, Mini, and Petty Boss here. as again, we were talking about the positioning, and this is the winning building for them, doing a really great job of making sure that no one's contesting their high ground, no one is contesting their roof. They want to hold on to this here, as we have a team pushing in on them now. It's climbing up on top. Sniped Out has gone down to the ring as Mini finds a kill onto Rock and Nishu. 6 on top, pushing that bubble here. It's going to be Nice Wave once again, and they will pick up the kills on to Team Unknown. That is a massive team to put a stop to right here in the top 5.
No doubt about it, and they have the perfect positioning here. You could see that they know where the zone's going to end. It's over towards their east side. I don't think it's going to get to that point, but if it does, a huge advantage coming in for Bowser, Wig, and Six. They probably will have another zip line by that time. They can just continue to bounce up there. They're going to have so many resources here, probably going to be able to find grenades. If there's not a Watson gen here, all those players that are standing behind the blue crate are going to be absolutely screwed, excuse me, as, again, you have the perfect Watson gen down, fences coming in. Nothing these teams can do if Wig, Bowser, and Six play this the correct way. As we mentioned, the zipline play coming in, perfect timing from Wig, and they're just in such a great spot, Jamerson.
This is experience. This is a team that's been playing for so long. Every single one of these players have been scrimming and playing in professional Apex for so long. They just know how the late game works, and they're doing everything possible here. Petty Boss's team on the low ground, trying their best to get some kind of poke damage, maybe hopefully get a knock if they could hit some headshots, but it's just not enough. They're not overstepping their bounds, our Yeet squad, as they're making sure even to check their back here. They've got a solo in drop that's still alive. They've also got Nando and helping that are still alive, and so they're making sure, of course, that they have all of their bases covered. Now, the difficulty is, of course, going to be dropping down into the team that has priority onto the zone. And so it all comes down onto what the duo and the solo do here. This is going to dictate exactly who comes out on top in this game.
Yeah, I think that we're looking at a potential portal play coming in from Rogue. Maybe another portal play coming in from the RCO squad as well. But East squad just has to play this the right way. They're going to look down here, and they need to just juggle on the zipline. That's the only thing that they need to worry about right now. 3 bounces, and then they have to get off. Wig should have probably hit a grapple right there if he could have, but he's going to just drop. Six ends up having a Q as the last guy alive. And they were so worried about the players below, as you said, Jamerson, that they didn't focus on what was in front of them. No grenades being placed down. And the team, I believe, that was set up over there was going to be the dream team. And I think they end up taking that one, if I'm not mistaken.
That was actually Scurry, Mini, and Petty Boss that ended up taking that one out. And they did it with a 7 kill point victory, so plus 19 for them. And, you know, ever the bridesmaid right now is Yeet Squad, not able to secure a first place finish quite yet, but they still had a really strong, consistent game number 3.
Definitely. Very strong game 3. And you can see the team fighting is just phenomenal from these guys. Everybody's so confident. They're all on the same page. They're all hand in hand every single fight that you see them. They're never split up. They always know exactly what they're going to do. And you could just see that from watching their screens and how they move as just one cohesive unit. A couple of these guys from the other teams have shown a little bit of hesitation, or it looks like the game and the pace is kind of getting to them where they're a little bit flustered, but not if you're thinking a couple steps ahead like the Yeet squad was. So fantastic performance from them. But don't forget Rogue as well, finally getting a little bit of placement points and some kill points on the board too. So you can't forget about them. And now we come down to the final game here. It's still anybody's match. Nobody's really set themselves so far apart that they're going to be able to definitely say that they have this one in the bag. Still all top 3 spots available.
Yeah, that was shaping up to be a really strong game for Rogue, as they ended up getting 12 kill points in that game, and they ended up finishing in 4th place. So getting 17 points overall in game number 3 were Rogue. I just think, you know, we saw a little bit of timing misplays coming out from a lot of teams. When Rogue were making that push on that one circle where they got into the rocks, they took a lot of storm damage, but we also saw there too, Wig taking a lot of storm damage as well as the zone was closing. Could have been the difference maker, but I don't think, you know, they're too upset that they got a 2nd place finish with 10 kills, excuse me, at that point. Right now, as we're setting up for game number 4 here, it is so hard to call just because our top teams have been so fairly consistent all across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you have the unknowns that were doing extremely well. Complexity's been in there consistently. TSM, you can't count them out because they've won one of these 4 games. And I feel like if they held down their normal strategy instead of trying to scrape for kills, that they would have been right there in that final circle. So it's really anybody's match. Unfortunately for a team like Liquid, they were on the receiving end of just Yeet Squad coming in, really rotating through the geyser. That fight happened for so long that they weren't able to get anything going. Nocturnal gets respawned, doesn't find any armor. Such an unfortunate situation. But you got to hand it to Yeet Squad for them just continuing to look for their advantages and then pushing them immediately. You're really seeing these top teams set themselves apart from these other teams that are maybe don't have nearly as much experience. Like you said, Jamerson, these other teams have been pro players from the very beginning, competing with each other for a long time. But not only that, scrimming the entire time from the beginning of Apex as well.
Yeah, we got to see the kind of 2 different dynamics of what happens when a 50-50 takes place, right? Yeet Squad were able to win out theirs without taking any damage whatsoever, really. And so they had a healthy economy going into the next fight when they started making their rotation. Liquid had no economy whatsoever because during their 50-50, they ended up basically using every single cell, every single battery, every single heal that was available in the entirety of Geyser. And we saw Yeet Squad coming in for the cleanup. And so it's very unfortunate if you're not able to finish out your 50-50 on drop quickly. And so Liquid are still struggling. We did see them, of course, they were within the top 8, but we know the difference between the bottom half of the top 8 and the top half. There was about an 11-point to 12-point discrepancy between them. And now this lead is continuing to grow amongst the top 4 and then the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and the other problem with getting contested over towards the Geyser side is you want to be able to go Lava City side, or you want to go No Name side with Pathfinder to hit the beacon, and you want to split up. Sometimes you even split up and go over towards sorting and hit that other No Name area and try to get loot over there if you're a Wraith player and you just want to say, okay, you go and take a majority of Geyser, Pathfinder, you go hit the beacon, and now we have 3 decent POIs that we could go and get good loot from. But like you said, when these 50-50s continue to play out, not only that, but the enemy team finds a purple armor, you're just delaying your rotation. You're not getting enough loot. You're low on resources. You're susceptible to third parties. There's nothing good that can happen from that. And that's why you have to take these fights so fast. But Liquid was doing the right thing where they secured the 3 points. They didn't want to go and throw. Again, they didn't have any healing. They didn't have anything past a blue armor, very poor guns. So just a horrible situation for them to be in. And the same could be said with TSM, where it was a very disappointing game for them, where they go try to rotate over towards Epicenter, right where that respawn is, over towards that top blue truck. Instead, they go and get a couple kills over to the drill site, make their way back over there, and then they get taken down fairly early in the game and find themselves in 6th place at 24 points, which is what they had before. So they could be really sitting up where Yeet Squad and Unknown and Complexity would be if they had the type of game that they should have. But instead, Yeet Squad really capitalized on that. Now they're in 1st place, 47 points. And there's a reason why. You could watch how aggressive that they're playing, how confident they're playing, how fast they're playing, and how much of a unit as they're playing. So really proud of how these guys are performing. And again, to me, it's been a lot of Nicewig coming up big in these team fights. Granted, Six and Bowser really putting in work, but to me, it seems like Wig has been that rock for their team where they need someone to cover them. Wig's always there, locking it down, holding down good shots.
One of the things is also it's kind of becoming like this meta amongst the competitive teams now to have a controller player on your squad, because they are so consistent about being able to hold the ground and get good damage across. We see that with Rogue. We see that with Yeet Squad, with Nicewig, as basically control player for that team. And speaking of Yeet Squad,
Right.
they are now currently in 1st place with 47 points. Team Unknown just behind them with 41, and Complexity there at 43. Consistent games for all 3 squads. It's now Rogue and Smile who are tied for 4th place at 27 points each.
Yeah, Smile getting 2nd place in the previous game, locking down that blue crate area. But we're getting 1st place in that previous game, locking down that blue crate area. Yeet Squad taking 2nd. But again, when it comes to these final team fights, there's a reason why these teams that are sitting in the top 4 or 5 right now have been looking so strong. TSM looked very strong for one game, but haven't been able to put it together in all of the games total. And, you know, when it comes to controller players on a team, when you're getting catered to or pampered a little bit as a controller player, nothing feels better when your team is boosting your confidence, talking you up, telling you that you can't lose these fights, or I've never seen you lose these fights. And also when they're throwing you the certain combos that you like because you're so comfortable playing with one another, where you say, okay, Snipe Down, here's your Prowler. Okay, Wig, here's your R9, or here's your Scout Snipe Down as well. That feels really good that your team's that confident that they're going to turn down one of the best guns in the game, if not the best gun in the game, and give it to you because of the fact that they're so confident in your shot and your positioning. And it's not just, you know, aim assist this, aim assist that. It's just these guys have put in so many hours of mastering their craft. It doesn't matter what they're playing on. They're still going to go and have a fantastic game. So I agree. I think that having, you know, a smart controller player on your team is something that could be very strong, but it's not something that's completely necessary. I just think that when you're going to have one of these guys, you have to understand they take a little bit longer to loot. You have to watch over them as they're going to loot, and also kind of throw them a bone here in terms of pinging certain things that they really like. And I think that's really going to start to help snowball the confidence for these guys.
Enable your teammates and you will succeed is what we're seeing today on board for game number 4, our final game of the day. Petty Boss, Scurry, and Mini were able to survive it out, make it to the late game, and take that first place. And now they are in the running for the top 3. There is about a 20-point differential, though, between Smile and Yeet Squad, who have been so consistent all day long here, as it's going to come down to this final game. Nothing is set in stone here. We saw in the top 3, it was separated by, I believe, 7 points total. Yeet Squad in first with 47, Team Unknown with 41 at second, and Complexity in third place with 40 points. But Rogue and Smile are just behind them with 27 points, tied for fourth, as we do see an early fight over here at Lava Fissure.
Yeah, Lava Fissure having Spitfire, pretty strong to start, but White Armor's coming in for both of these guys, and that's not the team that you want to see. Knock with the alternator, picking up one. The Thirst almost coming in. It's not going to happen, as he does switch over the RE45 and finds the kill. Nice little grapple as well. Can he hit a cell throughout all of this? Doesn't have time to, as the charge coming in for the rest of the guys. You can see the beacon right in front of them. They're going to be able to get the respawn any second now. This is that fight that lasted so long in the previous game. It's Team Liquid over towards Geyser. Casper going down first, though.
Yeah, that's going to slow them down so much. Again, these battles of attrition, if you're not winning it out quickly, it's basically a lost game for you here, as Flinker now drops down with that Spitfire. It's a white shield on that Gibraltar, and he actually breaks his ankle climbing up top, and now with the L-Star, Nocturnal will be able to finish it out, and that's the kind of team fight you want to take. Now, they still do have to recover Casper, and they do need to respawn him in, and so that's going to slow them down just a bit. This is the other fight that we saw early on. It's going to be former Noble, I believe, Onmu, Blitzen, and Vayne that end up winning this one.
Yeah,
oh,
the
no.
50-50. I believe they do win that one. I think they got all of the kill points that they needed. And, oh, look, what do you know? Getting contested over towards Lava City side. It's going to be the team in first place, Yeet Squad, getting some more kills. It seems like Bowser tends to be the aggressor here, and they single out the Watson, taking him out. But when you have 6 and Wig getting your back, doesn't really matter. Purple Armor's coming in, kill points coming in. It's really going to start to snowball your confidence here in the final game. You know that you've just continued to set yourself apart here. You can just do the math, figure out who's behind you if you see them get dropped in the kill feed. And now we're seeing where this zone's going to be. It's going to be over towards the Harvester side. So a couple of different options here where this one could end. But a lot of teams going to posture over towards this side, which is good for Rogue because we know they land Mirage not that far from them. But multiple teams are already set up inside of Harvester. So it's not going to be so easy as teams would think, because this is a fairly early rotation and call on this Harvester circle.
Yeah, Rogue going to go ahead and take that respawn building, and I believe just to their east is also TSM. Everyone really knows what this circle is going to be, basically pulling down to the southwest of the green circle now, but this building absolutely strong, and especially when you have a team like Rogue who are familiar with this circle. This is the position they love to play when they see this come out as well. And very few teams are going to want to contest them for it.
Right. And the key to holding this spot is to have a presence on top of the roof right now, especially when you don't have a Watson. So everyone going to sit up on top, no scouts from what I see, at least on Sweet's point of view. And this is a very contested spot. So there's going to be teams from all over the place. And Snipedown's going to have to be on his toes because he's going to have to be the person that puts down the bubble at the right time if a team goes and starts adding pressure. But now we're taking a look at what RCO Helping and Frapper are doing on the train side. You can see Wingman R9 coming in. They're going to start to rotate over towards the side behind where Rogue is located. And not the best armors. Helping's going to have to charge up that Evo shield fairly soon because you don't want to go and rotate with just a white Evo shield. That's one of the worst feelings in the game as you just go and try to scrap up some loot on the way. Train, not really the best loot, and kind of proving that here are these guys.
Yeah, they're just backing away. I believe they took some damage over at Train, but just getting away from that fight. Now we do see inside Harvester proper. You got to be careful taking these fights because you can expend so much of your resources, so much of your economy taking a fight that ends up fizzling so very often here because there are so many teams that are in the general area. Kupski is going to go ahead and pop down that port as let's see exactly where this takes them. More or less away from that fight. A nice bubble coming down from Sumo to try and disengage, but no, they are getting hunted down. That's going to be Rambo to pick up that kill. He's got that burst Prowler, but a nice angle set up from Sumo, doing a lot of damage before he finally goes down, but it's no trades quite yet. Rambo, old freestyle and clean. Picking up 2 easy kills there. They'll be able to get the armor swaps, and they win that out. TSM, another team in the area, and it looks like they might be able to come in for the third party. It's actually going to be Matt Pickett's team that gets the knock on to Helping of all things, and so now we'll see how aggressive TSM want to go. They do need to pick up a lot of kill points if they want to catch up. There's a sizable difference between them and the third place team. And one of those teams, there we go. It's going to be Rogue. They've got the south side control. They moved away from that building to try and find these kill points, and it looks like it's working out for them.
Yeah, that's one of the things about holding that building is you don't really get as many kill points as you would like because there's so much action as teams start to try to rotate over towards Harvester. There's so many chokes leading to that. Nice, great massive, great grapple coming in, just completely cleaning up that fight against a good team as well. So Unknown, unfortunately for them, I believe they were sitting in a top 3 spot. Going to fall short of getting the points that they need and leave opportunities to the rest of these guys like Yeet Squad, like Complexity, like Rogue, and the rest of the teams that were sitting into the top 5, as now you can see Snipedown just picking the loot apart.
Yeah, so that leaves room for Rogue, for Smile, Team Solo Mid, and Abusement Park to sneak into the top 3 here. And great job coming out from Rogue to really understand what was going on across the map. I mean, these guys are not just mechanically cracked, but they just understand just the metagame of how teams move around and how to really take advantage of that, as we do see back at that respawn building. Drix, Rated R, and Crook were the teams that came in, but now here's Rogue ready to evict them. Already a knock coming out from Sweet. Now, they've got to be careful. They need to be able to hold their ground, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and give this up. The port coming out from Drix and Rogue are looking to pick up more kills as they got the knock, and that's going to be +2 for them. Will they be able to finish it off? Drix going to port back and gift them an additional kill point.
That's perfect scenario for Rogue. You leave your spot, you come back, and what do you know? There's a fight taking place at the building that you just left. You pick up 3 more kill points. 6 fast points, just so fast, Jamerson. And that really boosts your confidence when you see some of these teams falling on the lobby. But we do have 6. Wig and the Yeet Squad fighting over towards the Snake area here. That's going to be against the previous Noble Squad, and this is what we're talking about with the no hesitation flying in. It's up to 6. Can he land the massive shot? He does. Double res coming in. Double revive, excuse me, and he should be able to get this one off. I don't think we see anyone else in the vicinity. You have multiple armor swaps coming in. Wig watching with the cover, and all right, well, Rogue's not charging all the way over there. That's a little bit too far for him, okay?
Yeah, they understand that TSM are still alive. TSM are to their east. You can't really try to take advantage of that right now. And this lobby, it's fairly slim pickings as we're already down to 9 squads left. This is typically what we see in game number 4. Things kind of accelerate as teams understand you either take every single fight to make a Hail Mary play to try and get the top 3, or nothing at all happens and you're still not in top 3. So now as we are on board with Complexity, who haven't really found much action at all in this game, they're trying to find these isolated fights out on the edge, and they might have actually spotting one out on Mirage Voyage. It was just behind them over by the train yard as Reptar gets that knock onto Z Davis. The bubble is there, and that distance is so long. Don't know if they're going to be able to take advantage of this. Reptar wants to try and get the re-knock, but the Q is there. They'll be able to take the port, get out. Complexity need this fight, though. They need to take this team fight win. Of course, they were a few points behind Unknown, and so they want to make sure that they secure second place, but they have other contenders behind them as well, and so they need to keep up these kills as they want to finish out strong.
I really wish Bloodhound could throw his ratchet. That'd be so cool if he could just toss that tomahawk over towards somebody and maybe stick him with it like it was a grenade. That would be so cool. But anyway, I love how Reptar uses the charge rifle. It's just so clean with the shots, spot on aim, great tracking overall. Unfortunate for them that the other team played that very smart by hitting a portal. Not only did they hit a portal, but it was in a spot where they couldn't get sniped from. And great R301 shots across the map too. Like you said, not finding as much action as they would like, but really being bullies on top of the map and just showing how good their shots and their teamwork is, and also just how fearless they are in terms of the way that they just push teams overall. And like you said, final game, 9 squads alive, teams really feeling like they need to turn up here. Everyone doing the math in their head after they see the leaderboards being posted. They see that they need to make up a lot of points on the Yeet squad because Yeet squad continues to rack up points. TSM, one of these squads that needs to have a big game, and Reps trying to lead it here with the longbow.
Yeah, and that is Yeet Squad on the other side, and this is massive. It is a trade. Albralele for Bowser now as Hal. He's got that Prowler out, but he's taking so much damage. It looks like it might be from another team, might be Rogue. They're looking to take advantage of this. Nice Wig will be able to get that Thirst onto Albralele, and so we'll see if they can recover him now on the other side of the door. The Arcstar will come out to buy them just a little bit of space here as Reps is picking some things up. It's going to be Noob Keem coming in from Solafide to get the knock on to 6. That is massive, as I don't know if the rest has come out yet. Bowser did get thirsted, so will 6. Now it's just down to Nice Wig for that squad.
That's super unfortunate for Yeet squad. Now it comes down to Wig and his rat ability. Basically, what it comes down to is he going to be able to milk enough points for his squad, the Yeet squad, to be able to take first? We know they have a couple of kill points. They had a nice little 1v1 that I was looking forward to seeing between TSM and Yeet squad, but it looks like Noob King is going to completely ruin that one and come in with the nasty third party. Smart play by them. And now Z Davis getting the guys back up after being charge rifled by Complexity are still on the run. It seems like they've been on the run a lot this series, Jamerson.
Yeah, they know they need to match the pace of what Yeet Squad were doing, right? Complexity coming in at third. They were 7 points behind them, and so they need to pick up these kill points. Yeet Squad were able to pick up 7, I believe, before they went down to their solo, and so it's all up to Nicewick to get every additional kill point as possible. Monsoon, though, spots him out. He's got that Mastiff, and he's doing so much damage with it. Missing the next 2 shots, though. He needs to slow it down just a little bit to secure these kills here. But again, they've got them cornered, backed up here, and it looks like Monsoon going to go in one more time, gets the knock onto Borton, and Complexity picking up some much-needed kill points here.
Huge by Complexity, and I'd be so tilted right now if I was Borton and Stooney. You did have your teammate Z Davis leave, but Complexity chased that entire time. We saw maybe 3 or 4 minutes of chasing there after Reptar busted out the charge rifle on top of the train tracks. They go all the way down inside of the cave to finish what they started, just on the hunt the entire time, smelling the tracks, calling them out. And now Avis taking a little bit of taking a page out of Reptar's book here with the scan and the Bloodhound. Great positioning by them. They can just continue to gatekeep these guys. There's no reason to move, do anything ridiculous, but they do have to watch their back here as the zone closes, and that's why they're going to just continue to watch this spot, make sure no one comes behind them. Once that's secure, they're going to find out where the zone moves, and then they're going to go accordingly. But it's most likely going to be over towards that southwest side, like you were saying, Jamerson, where Rogue's just been posturing a majority of the game.
Yeah, and speaking of Rogue, if we can go over to them right now just to see exactly where they're at, they should be still holding that respawn building, sitting pretty right smack dab in the center of the zone. That's Team 13. If we can take a look at them real quickly, they do have a lot of people around them currently. And we also saw right there on the scoreboard that they have 7 kill points. And I love what they're doing here. They're controlling the tracks along with the building. It's not about just holding a position. It's about holding the natural high grounds as well around you and most of the power positions. And so Snipedown doing a great job on this Gibraltar, really bowling people out of these positions and just controlling so much space here.
Yeah, it really comes down to how many kills these guys can get. Snipedown, very rare miss there coming through on a guy standing still. I think that he was just thinking about it a little bit too much with the hesitation. Didn't have anyone to double team that guy with him on the tracks, but that's the main spot that you have to worry about as a team coming around that corner, because a lot of times that team does get a great position on you in the building, and you have people that are flooding towards you, and it makes yourself very susceptible for a third party. So I like Snipedown's thought process. They have the perfect guns for this type of scenario. And now we take a look at what Complexity is doing as they hold down low. And you see these guys as well, Petty Boss, Mini, and Scurry on Team Smile. This was the team that won the previous game, and they're in the running as well. So to me, it comes down to a couple of things. Wig's ratting ability on Yeet Squad. Is he able to live much longer? I think he may even died. So that means they could be out of points here for the rest of the game. And then you have other teams that are in the running, 2 or 3 teams, especially Rogue and Smile. So if Rogue or Smile could win this one with a decent amount of points, we may see something crazy happen on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Monsoon actually finished a job on both Nicewig and Z Davis. And so that's not just +2 kill points, but also securing much needed placement points for themselves. And so now it's about catching up, and they could do it here off of just placement points alone. As we're on board once again, Complexity, they've got this low ground position here. The ring just on the edge of it now. We are down to the 6 squads, final squads remaining. TSM is the only team without a member left. Mini has actually dropped one, and now Rogue, they're looking for these extra kill points. They want them. They need to catch up to the top 3, as Sweet is not able to hit quite yet with the Devo, but there we go. The long of the range, he's able to hit it now. He's going to go ahead and continue this push here. He sees the armor swap and has to be careful. On board with Liquid, though, here on the low ground. I believe that's Complexity that might be shooting back at Liquid. They have a pocket to work with, and so to be careful just a little bit as Complexity go back into their building now. Aggressive bubble coming out, excuse me, the defensive bubble coming out from Snipedown as they needed to top off their shields here. As Rogue will be able to finish off Team Smile, and that's another risk that is taken out of this lobby.
Huge kill points coming in for Rogue. They're really starting to heat up these last 2 games, and you could see just the confidence building with every single team fight that's going on. And they could be stuck in this building like TSM has been for the last minute or 2, but remember, Rogue has been there before anybody, and they decided that they wanted to rotate around and get kills because they understand the situation on how far Yeet Squad is from first. They're not playing for a second or third, Rogue isn't. They want to win this tournament, and they're having the type of game to do so. They just need to finish it off the correct way, and I think that they're in the best position in terms of holding these train tracks areas to try to be the last team to go and play the roof on the buildings that where this circle is ending. As you can see, northwest of where Noob King is located, everyone going to really be focused on, if you can't get inside that building, get onto the roof. If you're not on the roof, get underneath the building. Sometimes you can even share the building, but not enough of that circle is inside of the zone right now. So assume that one team's going to be on top of the roof, one team inside, one team outside, and you can see that rock that's in as well. It's going to be like musical chairs here, Jamerson. One team's going to be left out.
And a quick update. So TSM, they were able to push that respawn building and get Aurelele back into this. As you can see, this is Noob King right up on top. He was the one that came in for the thirst, and they are trying to finish TSM off, but the Gibraltar ultimate comes down. They do have to be careful. Kind of questionable, I would say, as I don't think it was really necessary Wait, that might have been actually Rogue. They were trying to come in for the third party. And now this is looking so bad. TSM, they were trying to scrap back into this, but Rogue are going to be ready for the third party as Dropped is the one that takes out Reps. And now here they go. They know how big a threat TSM is in the late game. They saw their opening. They took it, and they will be able to clean this up. TSM are still alive, though, but Alberlele finally getting knocked. That's going to be sniped down to clean him up. And now Rogue are sitting in the lobby. Liquid still alive with the duo. TSM only alive with Imperial Hal. Never mind. He gets cleaned up, actually dies to the ring. And it's just going to be 3 squads remaining. Complexity, Rogue, and Liquid. Liquid just down to a duo, Flanker and Casper.
Nice shots there coming in from dropping Casper there. One more player remains on the Liquid squad. I believe this is a nice Gibraltar ult coming in. Will they be able to use the rock? No, it's going to be Monsoon getting the kill onto Sweet. You can see Beckoning Silence with a fantastic ult. Reptar going to go and charge this one. 3 squads alive. Let's see if the Liquid squad's able to live. They are. So now that means Rogue gets second instead. And look at this little weasel across the map trying to drop his armor. That's not how it works, bro. The game's over. Complexity taking that one, but I can't wait to see what happens with the scoreboard. This is going to be very close between Complexity, Rogue, and Yeet Squad.
Complexity, no. Complexity, no. And I believe that is just the victory for them. They picked up so many kill points there, and just off of placements alone, I believe they closed the gap with Yeet Squad. And you saw how anxious they were for that victory. They didn't even take the final 1v or 1v3 melee fight that was being offered by Flanker there at the end. And I thought of all teams that would do it, it would be Complexity, but I'm pretty sure that's going to do it, and that should be them. But it's about who made the top 3. We saw both Unknown and Yeet Squad going down, and so that left a huge window open for Rogue, for Smile, for TSM to all sneak into the 3rd place position. And so that's why our admins are going to be doing all the math for us, because I don't want to make any mistakes here. But I think Complexity have secured the victory.
What a game from Complexity. Just I can't believe how they hunted down Borton, Z Davis, and Stoonie throughout train station all the way into the cave, from Mirage all the way around the map. That just really started to kickstart their rotations and getting their kills on the board over and over again. They just charged in front of these teams. Rogue falling just short of winning that one. Unfortunate for them, because they would have had back-to-back fantastic games, taking 2nd place, I believe, in one of the games, maybe 3rd. But they just really started to turn it up, and you saw Snipedown getting more confident on that Gibraltar. But it wasn't a Gibraltar day, it was a Bloodhound day, and it was Reptar and the newly formed Complexity squad coming out here and just giving their new team a great confidence booster. What better way than to win the Esports Arena weekly tournament going into the ALGS this next weekend here?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Beckoning Silence at all, I'll be completely honest, but he slotted in very well for what we called an unorthodox play style amongst the pro teams. Very few teams go for this, where it's just a heavily team fight, trying to find those isolated fights and having the information with the Bloodhound. We very rarely see a Bloodhound. It's like a 0.05% pick rate or something amongst all competitive games. And so very great to see that they are able to continue to refine this style and be very consistent is the thing that they were doing all day long, which ultimately led to this victory. A 15-point game, and I believe a 10-point game coming into game number 3. And that's what you really want to see. Having the victories and popping off every now and then is fine, but it's consistency like this which continues to breed results in tournaments.
And minimizing your bad games, because once you minimize your bad games, your confidence just continues to grow. And I'm using that word a lot, but you can get demoralized if you have a bad game or make a bad decision. And when you're only playing 4 games, it really matters that much more. Keep in mind, they bumped the ALGS up to 6 because of the fact that the finals, they want to have as many games as possible. So when you go through and we have these every single week, that's why the formula is a little bit shorter, because these guys are competing so much that we don't want to wear them out. But at the same time, when you go and have that bad game, or you go and make that major mistake, it just hurts you that much more. Or if you go and you get unlucky, say like Team Liquid did over towards Geyser, where they were just struggling with the amount of loot in the 50-50s that were being handed to them. But Complexity, great job, just continuing to peck away. We saw after the first game that they were the only other team to accumulate a decent amount of points after 30 points were taken off the board from Team Unknown. They were that other team that we were mentioning that had an opportunity to do something, and they just continued to just lay the pressure on and play great Apex.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have the results for our top 3 in this North American Weekly Apex Legends tournament. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with the results. We told you it was going to be a short break, and that final game, it was such a good one, Tom, with every heavy hitter hitting the last year and every single fight being so important for our final results. And we saw Rogue really stamping their kind of claim to this position.
Yeah, and the thing about this fight, they had to take this fight. It's just that they couldn't scout enough where the other teams were going to be and predict exactly what they wanted to do. So they go and throw this bubble on this little area of the rock. Unfortunately for them, they're not able to kill all of Team Liquid, and Flanker makes it out with his life. As you can see, Casper decides he wants to push over towards the bubble. Now the nades start coming in, and Complexity, they really start to feel themselves in terms of they realize this is the kill points and the placement points that they need to win the tournament. It's Monsoon with the R301 to start things. He also continues to lay down more damage from the player behind the rock. And now they just go and charge out, complete unison, great teamwork. And then Flanker trying to go with the Mike Tyson backs and match. They're not having it. Devotion comes in and beckoning silence, picking up the dub with Complexity.
Yeah, what a way to really reveal yourself to, I guess, the competitive scene. Playing with Complexity here and playing in our 1K. And, you know,
for sure.
Yeah, I don't know exactly who it is. I wish I knew, but what a great way to start it all off. But, you know, I thought losing Lou would be a huge hit to Complexity, but they are continuing to improve upon their play style. And take a look with that. They've been able to refine it, and they were able to take first place with a smaller of a margin than I thought they were going to win by. But 60 points, that's what they need, and they take it up against Yeet Squad, who come in second, and Rogue will be able to get third and secure third with 47 points.
Like you said, all the heavy hitters there towards that final circle. Great job to Complexity. Again, we weren't sure how they were going to play without Lou, but the great thing is that they ended on great terms. Lou's going to have a great career in front of him, and now someone else comes in with an opportunity, and they're going to take advantage of that opportunity here with a dub in the weekly esports arena tournament, Jamerson.
5K subs. Can you blame him? Any Oilers in chat? If you can swing by mine, please, that'd be great. But yeah, congratulations to Complexity for taking that win. Monsoon, Reptar, and, well, Beckoning Silence will be able to take that. Also, congratulations to our top 3. Remember, it's $500, $300, and $200 for our top 3 squads. So also congratulations to the Yeet Squad, who are returning names all the time here, and along with Rogue, who are one of the most consistent teams, being able to get into the top 3, if not winning all the time. So congratulations once again, Complexity, Yeet Squad, and Rogue. But that's gonna do it for us, for everyone here at the Esports Arena, for Tom and myself, and for everyone from the Apex community. Really, thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you guys next week for another North American Weekly on Wednesday. So keep your calendars open. All right, that's gonna do it for us. Have a great night.
I got the sign, but I still alive. You said it now, let it stop. I got the sign, but I still alive. You said it now, let it stop. Ooh, let the 301 home, as a bullet to the chest, and the yammer falling off, oh God. All the gas making you pop, and the kisses when I drop, if your body in a pile, let it rot. Shit shots got a lot, what you move, you a bob, what you fade like a thought, slow down, while I bang, what you like, what you train, never getting off the train, never drop another game. Yo, 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 I got the sign, but I still alive. You said it now, let it stop. I got the sign, but I still alive. Said it now, let it stop. I got the sign, but I still alive. You said it now, let it stop. I got the sign, but I still alive. Said it now, let it stop.